It's probably plus 1,200 Mountain Time Zone and everything. That's what it's become, David.
If it's Baby Jules or Paul.
No, those are your. That's
right.
your.
Right.
That's Rory and Scheffler heading into the British Open.
Right.
Oh. Good morning, Baby Jules. Clark.
Arch.
And there's your medal stand.
There you go. Get ready for the Olympics right there. Gold, silver, bronze. You know, T. Haynes will appeal. You know, that somebody stepped out of their lane. Good showing by Albar to make the finals.
I got about 3 hours.
Morning, Coffin Ball.
I bet on you, Coffin Ball, and you let me down. Just want to let you know.
Thank you, Benny. Well, we have a great show lined up, Benny. First in the chat room, Coffin Ball. We both had.
I had you. I had you this morning, Coffin Ball.
You know, we didn't go with the 2 or 3 who are normally first. We tried to make some money today. We tried to pick the 15-1 horses.
Very, very good, Jules. Thank you for asking. I think that's the first concert that I've done everything via my phone. Parking pass on the phone, tickets on the phone.
Yeah, I did game 6 there, all on the phone, and I was nervous as hell. How much did they get you for parking?
40.
It was 60 for the hockey game.
Oof.
I will say, I don't know if there's an arena, 15 plus thousand seat arena, which to me is a more convenient in or out.
I agree with that.
It's unbelievable how, and then right to the main roads, no matter you're going north, south, or west. Boom, boom, boom. Right there. Yeah, but Arch, the money goes to a different place. That's why it's separate. But yep, you just add it to the cost.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us. Have a heck of a show lined up for you. But first, how the heck are you? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Mr. Miller,
Hello?
you're the first one to do a little Monday Night Football, if you will. So how's it feeling this Tuesday morning?
I know how you feel on Tuesdays right now, David, during the season. I definitely know how you feel. I'm a little slow this morning, a little groggy. We're going to work off of coffee and adrenaline and get through the show. But last night I went to see Zach Bryan on the other coast. Sold out in the round. I mean, literally every damn seat they could sell at that arena was sold, including floor seats. Terrific show, a little over 2 hours. He was fabulous. Couple of opening acts. The second act was really good. It was a terrific show. It was a lot of fun. And, you and I have talked about this for years, David. When they sing back to you,
That's the best.
not much cooler than that. And when he finished the last song, Revival, and the crowd is screaming back at him, they built it up into a frenzy. It was a terrific show.
I mean, I've wanted to be a sportscaster since I was 8, and I just love sports. Absolutely love sports. I love just about every single thing about it. Live music is better than sports. It's the only thing in this world that I believe gets me bigger goosebumps than live sports. I mean, a really good or better live music performance, I just think, and I know it's expensive. I get it. I don't hesitate when it comes to live music. I just don't. I feel there's less people capable, Mark, of doing that than are doing playing sports. I really do.
You may be onto something there. At its best, a concert can do wonderful things to the emotions.
Yeah. And I understand, we got all these talent shows and, a lot of people can quote unquote sing. I get that. But can you write? Can you perform? And I find putting a song together when artists, songwriters, musicians, whatever you want to call them, when they explain how it is they put a song together, the ones that come together in 7 minutes on a bar napkin, all right, and those that come together over 3 nights, and I woke up in the middle of the night and I started working on a guitar, and then I went back to bed, and then I got up again and I wrote things down, and and then we got into the studio, and so had this. Everything to me, it's like a team. It's like sometimes you make the draft pick and the guy comes in and he's CJ Stroud, but most of the time it's not that easy, and it's a complete work in progress. It's the two things. You're more the music guy, I'm more the sports guy, but I find them both thrilling, captivating, and I don't know, outside of parking. And that's my thing. Okay. I don't put a price on what I'd pay to go see great music and big time sports.
And you'll suck it up and pay for parking at both of them. You'll just complain on your way in.
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, since I'm spending $2,000 to be here, this $60 is going to really honk me off.
You got that right.
Right.
And, like sports in this sense, that audience was, there was young people there, 13, 14 years old, up to people my age. And to be able to take an audience from that different demographic and different age groups and all of those things, men, women, children, and to be able to get them all in that and to get them to, basically stand for 2 hours and sing your songs back to you. That's special stuff.
And were you in the minority, first off, in terms of age? I'm guessing you're at about the top end of the the spectrum, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And you don't know all his songs.
No. And I don't sing at concerts. I like to be sung to. I don't want to drown out their voice with me hearing myself in my head. So other than a couple of different lines that I knew were coming,
Right.
where but I pretty much keep my mouth shut and take it all in.
Your son a singer?
A little bit.
He belts it out?
He was belting it out.
He knew all the words, didn't he?
Pretty much.
Huh. That had to be cool. I mean, you're close with your son, but he doesn't live in your area code, and I don't know, how many events you go to like that. Not only that, is just the two of you. That had to be cool.
It was awesome to do it with my son. The last concert we went to, believe it or not, and this is a while ago because my stepdad was still alive and he's been gone for quite a while now. We actually went to see the Police and Elvis Costello up in Michigan on a trip years ago. So that's the second time that Jake and I were able to do a concert together. So yeah, it was fun to do. Now he's old enough that I was a designated driver. He was able to knock down beers the whole show. And I pulled a Moulton. I had 2 quick ones when I got there, and then that was it.
Yep.
I got to make the drive home. That was it.
No doubt. So
he didn't go with the 2 quick ones. He kept getting them, but I didn't buy. At one time I sent him. I said, "Do you want the card?" He said, "No, I got it." And he came back and he went, "Wow, beers are expensive." I'm like, "No plane. You're in South Florida for crying out loud."
So let me get this straight. He's off the payroll, has been for a while. You offered to essentially put him back on the payroll for the
night,
concession stand for the evening, and he said no.
No, he said, "I got it."
He manned up.
Even bought Dad one. I was proud of him.
All right. Good deal. Oh, there you go. That's another first. So
that was definitely a first. He bought me a beer.
And you two went out and you were the designated driver.
Correct.
Oh, all right. So cool. Sounds like a special night. What time did you get back?
About 20 after 1.
Yep. I know it well.
I was thinking of you the last 45 minutes of the drive coming across the alley going, it's pretty dark. I'm getting tired. And this is Moulton when he's got to take one of those long parking lot walks back to get his car.
And, there's Fox. We were always included in the escape. Monday Night Football, we're hardly ever included in the escape. So we're battling post-game traffic to get out. And, oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Know it well. And I get to come back to the hotel room and do the starting 5.
Well, hopefully you get some bummer fourth quarters you can take care of a little bit late in the games this year.
You know what? I tried one game to work on the starting 5 during the commercial breaks in the fourth quarter. And Troy was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm working on my show." He's like, "We've got this show." I'm like, "Okay. All right."
14 people are going to listen to you tomorrow morning. I've got a few more than that right now. I need you, big fella.
Exactly.
We
have 14 million watching right now. How many are watching your show again? Listening? Yeah. How many you got on that Twitch? Yeah. Okay. MillerMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, and Twitch.tv/MillerMoulton for those of you that would like to take us in. By the way, our magic numbers. 9. 32, 30. Yes. 9 days to the Hall of Fame game. 32 days to week 0. Florida State, Georgia Tech headlining week 0 in college football. 39 days away from week 1 of the college football season. That's Saturday, August 31st. And 44 days away, 6 weeks from Thursday, Ravens and Chiefs to kick off the NFL season. So 9, 32, 39, or 44. What number is it for you in terms of the magic numbers for the NFL season. Terrific show lined up for you today. David Samson will join us. I believe he had his makeup show in St. Louis last night. Remember, he got sick about 3 weeks ago. He had to cancel the show a month ago in St. Louis. He made it up, I believe, last night. We'll talk to the former baseball executive at the top of the hour. Cole Bryson will join us. He's in the upstate part of South Carolina. He's at ACC Media Days. And, I don't want Big Ten Media Days to get all the attention. I mean, after all, there's a few teams there we're very interested in. One of whom is Miami. And the voice of the Canes, Joe Zagacki, will join us as well. And
I need Zagacki on the show to help me off the ledge that is Miami right now. That's what I need.
Now, listen, he's
that I'm making the right pick.
Listen, he's a straight shooter, but he's a straight shooter after it happens. Okay, he might be on that ledge with you, ready to jump in the deep end. And if so, I'm going to let the two of you go. I'm not going to save you from yourselves. Just so you both know.
Fair enough. We've been warned.
You, Mr. Miami Hurricane, you, Mr. LA Charger. By the way, think of the colors that you'll be wearing this year, since you're going in the deep end on both. Again, quite a clash, I will say. The colors
Saturdays
you're wearing.
Definitely clash with Sundays if I'm going to Canes and Chargers. You are on to something there.
And in terms of the NFL teams that we will check in with, Mark Zinno, he's in Atlanta. We'll talk Falcons, the team that everybody, including Miller and Moulton, are giving the NFC South to. Are we on the right track, or should we pump the brakes? Mark Zinno to join us as well. So we've got a jam-packed show.
You are all in on Atlanta. I'm not as much in the deep end on the Falcons as you are. I still think Tampa's a viable candidate for that division.
Yeah, I thought they had awful quarterback play. And the coaching staff also, I don't think, helped. So I think that they will benefit greatly by the change they've made at quarterback and by having different people on the sidelines. Even though I think the head coach who didn't do a good job with the offense in Atlanta will fit Pittsburgh, where he is the OC now, better, but that's a long story. And we don't have time. We have to get to our first break. We are Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening, millerandmoulton.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text SPONSOR to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text SPONSOR to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Not enough, Feeney. Not enough.
No, not close. Nope. You know, and I understand the people who don't like LeBron. You know, LeBron's politics turn them off and they can't separate, the difference. And I get all that. Miller Moulton, you say whatever you want about us. Like, I only care about a person's acting or their music. I don't care about, their liberal politics or their conservative politics. I don't care. It's not why I turn to them. You're a musician, you're an actor. That's big reason why we don't do politics on this show. You turn to us for sports and entertainment. What do you care about our politics? So that's why we don't go there. But
if we were, sorry.
But LeBron's 5 months away from 40. And when the game's on the line, they give him the ball and he delivers. I mean, he looks like the best player on the team. He's 5 months shy of 40.
Oh, thanks, Steve.
Oh, no. If anybody gets The Athletic, did you read the big piece they did yesterday on Ohtani and his translator and his agent and the relationship and how it is that what is alleged to have gone down actually went down? It was interesting.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. David Samson to join us coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk some ACC football in our 8 o'clock Eastern hour. Mark Zinno, who's all over the Atlanta sports scene, he will join us at 9 a.m. Eastern. We'll talk a little Falcons as our, once a day, just checking in about life in pursuit of happiness with the NFL teams. By the way, Mark, today's one of those days, and usually guys report and then they practice the next day, but 31 of the 32 teams fully report by today. Today is like veteran check-in day around the NFL. There's like 24 teams who veterans show up today.
One of them's not practicing, though. Jordan Love says, I'm not practicing unless I get a new contract.
Yeah.
It's cute when they do that in the NFL.
It is, although the Packers are fine with it, which doesn't that scream they're just down to the wire here? They're just, because obviously he's the quarterback. I mean, it's one thing you miss 1 or 2 practices. You're the first string guy. You've been the guy all last year, offensive coaches are the same. It's all good. Now, all of a sudden, you miss 2 weeks of practices because you're doing a sit-in. That's a different story. So don't you get the sense then that, they're close?
Yeah, I do. But this is another Green Bay quarterback that's, he's developing his own personality, isn't he?
Well, listen, when you're the quarterback in Green Bay, you are by far and away the biggest BFD going. So
in the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah. So you might as well, use your hand. What's your prediction, by the way, Jordan Love? I know what I would do if I was Jordan Love. I know the contract I would sign if I was Jordan Love. But what do you think the number's going to be, AAV, if you will, average annual value? What's it going to be? 45, 48, 50s?
It's funny. 48's in my head.
Okay.
240 for 5.
Ooh, I like it. Guarantee 200 maybe?
Sounds about right.
The contract I would sign if I was Jordan Love, because isn't he 24? I mean, I thought he came out for Utah State at 20. And last year was his 4th year post-draft.
He's 25. He'll be 26 in November.
Okay. I would sign no longer than a 4-year contract. And I would be willing to do the Kirk Cousins deal. 45. 4 for 180. Fully guaranteed, by the way. I'll give you less AAV, but you're fully guaranteeing that sucker. And I would look right at him and go, because if I hold out for more, like what you're talking about, 5 for 240, they're only going to want to guarantee 180 of it. So I would just look right at him and go, so let's just get to the 180. Since we're guaranteeing 180, let's guarantee the whole thing, 4 for 180. And then I reach free agency sooner. and I reach the final year even of my contract sooner, which really is put up or shut up time for the team. I mean, you don't want the quarterback going into his final year. So he's signing a 3-year extension and forcing the Packers when he's still in his 20s to negotiate the long-term deal. And then by then, Mark, think about what the cap will be.
Oh, man.
2028, it's in the 250s now. And
I mean,
if it goes up 10% a year.
First number would be a 6 for him in his next contract.
Yeah.
It'd be in the 60s. I mean, if you look at the back, if he's getting 48-ish, somewhere, 45 is what you had, he'd be getting 60 on that second contract.
Yes. Yeah. He would sign a 5-year, $300 million extension at the age of 30. Yes, he will. With, 200 at least, if not 225, 240, 250 of it guaranteed. Right. And that's what I would do if I was Jordan Love. I'd be like, well, I'll go shorter term and I'll go less AAV. So, you want 5 years? I'll do 4. You want to pay me less? I'll let you pay me less. How about that? You only want to guarantee $180 million? That's perfect. That's exactly what I want guaranteed.
The Green Bay Packers over-under number on wins is 10.5 this year. High expectations for Love and the Packers. Very high expectations in what could be a very good division. Don't know what Minnesota's going to get out of their quarterback play, but if the Bears get anything at all, they're a 7-win team from a year ago, and the Packers, a pretty good team last year as well.
Ended up with 9 wins and won a playoff game. And had a late third, early fourth quarter lead in San Francisco. Both the Lions and the Packers did. Both let it get away from them. I saw a prediction yesterday. I had the Packers win in the North, not Detroit.
The over-under is the same for the Lions and the Packers, both at 10.5.
I'm just throwing this out there, by the way. If you're Green Bay and Detroit, are you really okay with your backup quarterback situation? I mean, you both think you're legitimate Super Bowl contenders. Hendon Hooker is the backup quarterback in Detroit. He's never taken a snap. And who's the young guy backing up? Jordan Love?
Gosh.
I mean,
a good trivia question, David.
I mean, there are teams out there. By the way, the guy who's backing up Justin Herbert with the Chargers. Honestly, I don't know if I had ever heard of him, which could be on me. But I mean, there are 5 or 6 backup quarterback situations out there that are just like, you sure none of you sign Ryan?
According to our lads, it's Sean Clifford is your backup in Green Bay.
The Penn State journeyman?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. You sure? I mean, you're trying to win a Super Bowl here. You can't rent Ryan Tannehill 1 year, $4 million, loaded with incentives if he ends up playing, that he gets paid. Kind of like Cleveland did with Joe Flacco last year. You sure? I mean, why wait till November in which he gets hurt and you're calling him off the couch? Why not grab him now while he's available? I'm serious. Hendon Hooker, Lions fans, all of you that are out there. Okay, Sean Clifford, Green Bay fans, come on now. And you don't want it to be, what was that year that Rodgers and the Packers were out to a 4-1 start and they broke his collarbone? Minnesota did, and that's it. Season was over. I mean, you're a good team.
Well, that's extreme, but the odds are, based on how many quarterbacks played last year, you're going to go with your backup for 3 games.
Yeah. I mean,
Sean Clifford going to get you 2. Hendon Hooker going to get you 2, Detroit?
That could be the difference between winning the division or being the wild card. And, I don't know. There's some of these teams, if you think we got a real shot to play for this sucker, then I think you got to rectify your backup quarterback situation. I mean, every time your quarterback gets hit, you're going to have to go, I don't know. That's like me with parking at concerts, I guess. That's a me thing. Miller and Moulton. The starting five is next, and then David Samson at the top of the hour on Miller and Moulton. Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Morning ambient. You're my long shot pick to be first in the chat room today. I was trying to make some big money. You were like 25-1. Just had to get a high quality breakfast here. I got my cheese crackers, my chocolate chip cookies, my Dr. Pepper. The breakfast is just coming out, Paul. Jay Knoll, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. He's never taken a snap in the NFL. You have a team that's capable of going to the Super Bowl. And you're just going to go, well, I trust him. See, my feeling also is that contracts aren't guaranteed unless they're on the opening day roster. Let's just say you sign a veteran backup, but you don't even let him take any. You let Hooker take as many first team snaps as possible, play as much in preseason as possible, and then maybe he shows you, we don't need the veteran backup. You get rid of him. Doesn't count anything against the cap.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes till the top of the hour. David Samson will join us at that point in time. Cole Bryson and Joe Zagacki in our 8 o'clock Eastern hours. We'll turn our attention to college football with a focus on the ACC, since the ACC Media Days are underway. Mark Zinno will join us in a little more than 2 hours as the Atlanta Falcons are in our sights as we go team by team and preview the NFL 44 days before the season kicks off. Right now it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
I don't know if it's the number one story, but you know what? Since I make the list, I'm going with it. I'm going to start with basketball. We talked about this late last week, that this was a real possibility. Well, it's happened. Warner Brothers Discovery, WBD, we know it as Turner. They matched Amazon's $1.8 billion a year bid to televise the NBA over the next 11 years. Here's the problem. A, the NBA doesn't believe it's a match. They don't believe that Turner, if you will, can match Amazon's bid, because Amazon's bid is solely streaming. Turner's bid is broadcast and streaming. The NBA is like, you have to match NBC's bid. If you're going to match a bid, this is apples to oranges. And secondly, your streaming service, Max, it ain't close to Amazon. So it's not the same match. And Turner, if you will, Warner Brothers Discovery is like, what part of 1.8 billion isn't a match? And not only that, apparently, Mark, remember they used to put poison pills in contracts? 20 plus years ago in baseball and hockey and football, and they've really gotten away from that. Well, basically, Amazon put a poison pill in their deal, in which they said you had to put like $6-7 billion up front. That when you make your offer to get it so that Warner Brothers wouldn't match, you not only have to match it, but you got to come up with $6 or $7 billion cash immediately. And they figured that they wouldn't do that. Well, Warner Brothers Discovery has said, yeah, we got the cash. Okay, it's not a problem. So what do? It's July 23rd. The season starts in 10 weeks, 12 weeks. And this looks like it's going to court. Never mind the fact, Mark, in all honesty, if Amazon ends up winning, they have to hire people. They don't have.
This is not for this year. It's for the following.
It is. That's true.
I mean, so no one has to hire anybody in 12 weeks. They've got a year and 12 weeks to hire.
That
people.
is true. This year, it's the deal that we have now. This is for October of 2025. That's true. But I mean, heck, we don't even know if this would get resolved in court. Look at how the bankruptcy is going for Bally's. How long that's taken.
Well, in the NCAA legislation for the money they're getting, that still isn't done.
Right. So anyway, it's worth paying attention to here. Some people think the compromise is they're going to divvy up between NBC and Amazon and create a fourth package and cater to Turner that way. We shall see. For what it's worth, Team USA needed a big fourth quarter from LeBron. He scored 11 in the fourth as USA last exhibition game, if you will. They held off Germany 92-88. And oh, by the way, LeBron was named the male flag bearer for the United States in the opening ceremonies. Later this morning, the female flag bearer will be named. The IOC encouraged countries 4 years ago to start doing it. So this would be the second Summer Olympics where we have two flag bearers instead of one. The athletes, by the way, vote on who the flag bearer is. This isn't done by network or sponsors or what have you. The Olympic athletes voted. LeBron was nominated, and he got the most votes. Summer League, for what it's worth, the Heat won it. In overtime, they beat Memphis. They went 6-0, 120 to 118. Number 2, baseball. I love that. Was that the one person clapping for the guy walking off 7 with a double?
Yep.
Is that what that
That's
was?
exactly it.
And the guy with the double is trying to find the one person who's clapping and glaring at him like, why are you clapping?
And throw the golf ball right at him.
Exactly. Yankees hit 5 homers yesterday, 2 of them from Juan Soto. The Yankees and Rays really don't like each other. This whole the Yankees-Red Sox thing is a thing of the past. This Yankees-Rays thing is real. They had dueling slow home run trots during the game and during the series in the Bronx this weekend, a 4-game series that was split 2-2. Yankees won 9-1. It took a couple of Rays and a couple of Yankees over 30 seconds after hitting a home run to do the bases. Try it sometime. Okay, that's slow. Mets held off the Marlins 6-4. Lindor with 2 homers. Harper hit a 2-run homer in his first ever at-bat at Target Field. The Phillies didn't score any more runs, however, and the Twins beat them 7-2. Our Reds, of course, I mean, they get swept by the bad teams, and they go to Atlanta and then beat the Braves 4-1. Braves held the 3 hits. They've lost 3 in a row. Injuries really adding up. They have picked up 3 guys in the last 3 days off waivers. Veterans who have been released by other teams. That's how many injuries the Braves have. Pirates have won 9 of 11. Look out. They beat St. Louis 2-1. They're a game back of the Cardinals. I'm very disappointed. You know, all this talk about it, if the Pirates, you know, they ever get good again and this, that, and the other thing. They had 18,970 at the ballpark last night. Come on now. They had won 8 of 10 coming in. It was the Cardinals. You're 2 games behind them for a playoff spot. You got your second best pitcher going. You got Skeens going tonight. Come on now. Come on. You got to do better in 18-9.
You're right, but that fan base has no faith in that organization.
Yeah, but screw the organization. How about the players? How about the players earned your support? Now, I do think they'll show up tonight for Skeens.
Will they get 10,000 more than last night? Will they get 28?
I think they'll at least get 27. I mean, they're 30 shy of 19. So to do 10,000 more, they basically got to do 29. I say they do 27 tonight. I say he's worth 8,000.
Okay.
Cubs beat the Brewers 3-1, 6 pitchers combined on a 5-hitter. Your Tigers are 12-5 in July, Mark. They're a game below 500. Is it too little, too late?
Probably.
And they're beating good teams, too. They whacked Cleveland last night in Cleveland, 8-2. Guardians, by the way, have lost 3 in a row. The Royals beat Arizona 10-4. That wasn't the story in this one. So Bobby Witt Jr., first 3 at-bats, gets a homer, a double, and a triple. Well, no Royals hit for the cycle since George Brett in 1990. Hello. So Witt comes up in the 6th, and on the first pitch, he gets drilled. They weren't happy. So, of course, in the top of the 7th, somebody from Arizona is getting hit. And with 2 outs and nobody on, somebody from Arizona got hit. And the manager of the Diamondbacks got mad. I thought the umpires handled it great. They let Witt get hit, no warnings. All right? They let the Arizona guy get hit. They warned both benches. Okay, no harm, no foul. Let's go, right? Now, Torey Lovullo's freaking out, the Arizona manager. Come on, dude. Come on now. You hit their best player. Just come on. All right, so we'll see what happens. By the way, the Royals won their 56th game of the year last night. Mark, do you know how many games the Royals won all of last year? 56.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right. A shut out Houston 4-0, but Seattle lost at home to the Angels 3-1. Those teams are still tied. The White Sox were a pitch away, Mark. Pitch away from snapping their 7-game losing streak. Texas tied it in the 9th, won it in the 10th, 4-3. Red Sox have lost all 4 games after the All-Star break. They lost in extra innings, 9-8 and 12 to Colorado last night. Dodgers beat the Giants 3-2 and then released James Paxton. He's 8-2 on the season. But they got some pitchers coming off the injured list, and they said if you really look closely, his numbers aren't good. Okay, he doesn't go deep into games. Guys are hitting the ball hard off him. His numbers are going to get worse. We're going to release him now. Huh. Okay. NFL, 31 of the 32 teams have fully reported the training camp as of today. Steelers report tomorrow. Jordan Love not practicing until his contract extension is reached. So the thought is the sides are close. Bengals president Mike Brown indicating an extension for wide receiver Jamar Chase is not likely. As he said, usually we get this done during the offseason, and, quote, the die has probably been cast. Remember, this is the Bengals. Okay. Carson Palmer said, sign me or I'll retire. And they said, well, I guess you're retired. I mean, it's the same guy. All these years later, it's the same guy, just so you know. College sports, ACC Commissioner Jim Phillips vows to fight Florida State and Clemson, quote, as long as it takes, unquote. This conference is bigger than any one school or schools, he said. Okay. All right.
Is it bigger than 6 or 7 or 8 schools? That's really the question.
It is. By the way, Wisconsin announced they're selling alcohol at their games this year. Only 2 teams now in the Big Ten not selling alcohol at their games. Those 2 teams are Nebraska and Northwestern. I'll say this, if Nebraska quarterback play continues like the last couple of years, they better start selling booze soon. Golf, U.S. Junior Amateur. Remember Charlie Woods a couple of months ago? He won his qualifier. Now you got to play those 2 rounds of stroke play to see who gets into match play. Yeah, he shot an 82 in the first round at Oakland Hills yesterday. That's 12 over. That's not good.
What did Bronny James do in Summer League? Oh, that's over. I just didn't know.
Right. 64-year-old Mark Carnival, who, if you listen to golf on the radio, all right, it was probably their best announcer. All right. Witty, really good on-course commentator in the booth. Mark Carnival died suddenly late Sunday. They're not saying why. The thought is a heart attack, but 64 years of age, Mark Carnival. He had just done the Scottish Open. He was supposed to be in Minneapolis Thursday for the 3M Open. So that's a bummer. Tennis, Andy Murray makes it official. He's 37. He'll retire after the Olympics. 4 majors, 2 gold medals, by the way, for Andy Murray, 2012 and 2016. And that's all I got, Mark.
Well, that was kind of a lot.
Yeah, I mean, a little basketball, a little baseball, a little football, a little college sports, a little golf, tennis, 9 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting Five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
You have a problem with booze at the college games?
No. I mean, I could see some places where it could, when I think of Wisconsin and giving them more alcohol on a college game day, I don't know if it's necessary. But from a revenue standpoint, they're 21 years old, or most of them, if they're old enough to drink, serve alcohol.
Nebraska, Northwestern, the 2 that are still holding out. All right. So just worthy of mention. Jim Phillips' stance yesterday, it's the first time in the 2.5 years he's been commissioner that he, sounded like I'm getting pretty annoyed with all this, and I'm done being nice about it. Behind the scenes, I'm going to keep acting nice to Florida State and Clemson. He literally said that. He goes, I don't treat them any differently than the other schools. But make no mistake, they are causing harm, great harm to this conference.
They're trying to destroy the conference. I mean, that's what's going on here. This isn't just trying to get out. If they get out, most think others are coming with, and that's the end of the ACC as we know it.
I mean, if the mass exodus were to happen, does it even remain a Power 4 conference? Or does it become the East Coast version of the Mountain West, in which we go, it's a solid conference, but I don't know if I'm willing to give it an automatic spot in the playoff. I mean, that's basically what you're fighting for right now, if you're the ACC. I mean, can you keep enough teams whenever the day comes? And the drop dead date this year is August 15th. If you want out of the conference a year from now, you got to let the ACC know by August 15th. The thought is nobody's got their ducks lined up in time for August 15th. But when the day comes, can you keep enough teams that you still keep your automatic bid in the playoffs? Miller and Moulton. David Samson on the other side, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Morning, David.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Amazing.
You having troubles with equipment?
No, not at all.
Okay. Sound great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you try to get in Sunday?
Yes, I did. And Monday.
Have you seen the situation in Atlanta?
Indeed I have. And Delta rescheduled me for a Tuesday flight, which would do me no good, through Atlanta, which there was zero chance.
No way.
I'm sorry to the people in St. Louis. I feel terribly, but it wasn't going to happen. I talked about it on the show yesterday, how scary it is. One update, one cyber attack. Forget North Korea. I'm more worried about the FAA.
I mean, that situation in Atlanta, people have been stuck there for 4 days. No hotel rooms, no rental cars. How do you get out? I mean, unless somebody shows up and picks you up, how do you get out?
Not everyone can afford to go to downtown Atlanta to get a hotel that may be available.
Well, but in a lot of cases, I mean,
it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
People then wonder why there's so many people who don't travel, which is so sad to me.
Although I got to admit, David, every time I'm in an airport, in years past when it was the pandemic or before that, and they talked about the economy, and all I know is I'm in airports a lot, and I'm like, this place is packed. So I want to know, and it ain't cheap to do this. So somebody's got to be doing okay.
The difference with me is I now consider myself fortunate if I ever land on time where I'm going. It shouldn't be that way.
Well, the one advantage that you have over us is you're flying out of major cities. Usually you're a direct flight everywhere. Like, Jacksonville, believe it or not, in fact, there are less direct flights out of Jacksonville than where Mark is out of Fort Myers, Naples. He can get more places direct than I can.
It's a non-starter for me to live where I have to connect. I would speak to our scouts about that. It's a funny story, actually. There's scouts who live where you have to connect, and I don't get it. They're flying 200 days a year.
All right. 10 seconds.
Is Mark producing now?
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll check in ACC Media Days next hour, and we'll go to Atlanta in 2 hours and preview the Falcons with Mark Zinno. But it's time for David Samson. You have nothing personal with David Samson. He records it live every morning at 8 a.m. Eastern, but on Tuesday mornings, an hour before the show, he joins us. You can follow David on X at David, the letter P. Samson, David P. Samson. Good morning. I know that you have had some travel difficulties again with everything that went on late last week with the whole internet shutdown. You were unable to get to St. Louis this weekend and yesterday for a gig. Okay, you ever miss anything major in baseball because of travel?
No, because teams travel privately.
Okay.
And so when there is a weather issue, we pretty much would have enough advance notice. In Florida, it's hurting. And so we would make sure we had delays with mechanical issues for sure, but never missed a game, never had to reschedule a game. Not at all.
Like a guy you traded for or something who couldn't get there, and not the visa problems, but like a guy just getting 2,000 miles and just couldn't get to you for 3 days. Ever have that?
So funny you asked that. When we're calling up players, we not so much sending them down, because when you send down a player, they actually have 72 hours to report. And frankly, if they don't report within 72 hours, it's not going to even get to my desk unless it's one of our bigger players who we're trying to punish. But when we call players up, we're paying attention as to where those players are in the schedule, whether they're in AA or AAA, where the team is, what the flights are. So if you ever want a source in a baseball team for who's coming and who's going around the trade deadline, the two people to go to are the traveling secretary and the clubhouse manager. The traveling secretary is our first call before the owner to make sure that the player can get to us. And then the clubhouse manager is the one who has to make the uniform and open a locker in the clubhouse for the new player who's coming. So those are the two great sources.
All right. We did a little exercise yesterday on the show and kind of went through all the teams in the major leagues of who's buying, who's selling, who's holding. How many teams are still at this late point before the trade deadline? How many teams are looking at this week coming out of the All-Star break going, all right, we've got to go 7-3, we got to go 8-2, and then we're in? Because, the National League's so congested in and around 500, it seems that there's a lot of teams that would be in a holding pattern right now.
This is as a president when you need your baseball people to be really, really good. We would call this part of the season, the LG part, the last gasp. This is when you have the last opportunity for your team to prove to you that what you think your team is not what your team is. You saw the Red Sox come out yesterday and Kenley Jansen talking about what he wants. He wants more pitching and another right-handed bat. I always loved it when players told me what they wanted. But we would be evaluating this week and saying, all right, we're asking around. We're looking at our team. So just take a team like the Cubs, and I'm going to talk about it, nothing personal, which you can watch at 10 a.m. on DraftKings Network, so you don't have to stop listening to your show and watching your show. And the Cubs came out and said, we're really selling. We're going to be there, but they're only 3.5 out of a wild card spot. So I guess that means Cincinnati has to be selling because they're 4. Or does San Francisco at 4 games back say, you know what? The Cubs are already selling. If we just add a bit and play to the way we're supposed to play with the players we have, maybe we have a shot. So it is a very bizarre time of year, and there are not that many confirmed sellers. You've got Colorado, you've got Miami, you've got Oakland, you've got the White Sox, you've got the Angels, and that's it. I think the Rangers should be sellers. I think the Blue Jays should be, but won't be. So it's going to be a pretty exciting time, and it's hard to sell if you're the defending World Series champions. So all in all, it's going to be a pretty exciting deadline.
I don't think the Cubs are a contender, and I actually agree with what the GM said publicly, except that last year, David, they had, I believe, the identical record this many games into the season as they do now, and that's exactly when they got their act together. I mean, the Cubs were in the playoffs with 2 and 3 weeks to go last year and screwed it up and finished a game behind the Marlins and the Diamondbacks, but they got hot right before the deadline and played 7 weeks of terrific baseball, and it looked as if, oh, well, the Cubs are in. I mean, how can you – it's the same GM. He has to know we had the same record a year ago at this time with largely the same team.
Yeah, but they're looking at the games a little differently, and they're looking at the season. They're looking at the trends. They're looking at their analytics and looking with their eyes, and no 2 years are the same. Even with the same exact team, you would not have 2 years that are the same. The teams around them, there was a great argument to be made last year. The Marlins can't sustain this. Remember, they won every game by a run.
Yeah.
They had the greatest one-run differential ever,
Yeah.
and that's not sustainable. So the Cubs could have been saying, well, that's going to stop right now. Of course, it lasted the entire year, which is how the Marlins made the playoffs. So I think that you have to look at underlying numbers, but you really have to decide for yourself in conjunction with the owner and what your payroll situation is, whether or not you can take on money, whether or not this is the year you want to be aggressive. The only thing I took issue with, David, is I don't think that fans need to hear what Jed said. It's a disadvantage for him as he's out in the market trying to improve his team of today or tomorrow. You really don't want other teams knowing exactly what your plan is because you can get taken advantage of.
Led me where I wanted to go. How do you prevent that when there's so few sellers? If you're a buyer right now and you know that there's 6 teams that basically have guys, maybe 8 teams, how hard are you working the phones to not make sure that every time that guy picks up the phone, he's going, oh, there he is. The sucker's right there. Just time to reel him in this time. I mean, it seems it would be hard sitting at your desk as the president of a team trying to make trades when there's not a lot of sellers out there.
So the way to protect against that is to make the trades by yourself. So we would have boards, literally whiteboards, but you could do it on paper or on a computer, doesn't matter, where we would identify players on the selling teams, and then we would identify what our maximum give would be, and then what our throw-in optic give would be. So if a player is worth 2 players and we graded out that we would trade a prospect who's close to the big leagues plus a high ceiling prospect that is not close to the big leagues, and we're trying to make a trade where the other team wants 3 players, we would have ready that we would throw in a guy. We would just throw in a guy who's not a prospect for us to give the optics of a 3-for-1 to that team. But all this to say is we have a list of what we're willing to do. Sometimes the owner comes in at the last minute and says, violate your list, give more. I want that player. I don't want to lose that player to our competitor in our division or league. But as a baseball department, we would have a set value for every player we were looking to acquire.
David, this is a question coming in from our Twitch chat room. DC wants to know, how often does like the Moneyball trade scene happen? Like, do you just walk in one day at 8 a.m. with your coffee and you're like, listen, by 10, 11 o'clock, I'm acquiring a lefty reliever. All right. Does that happen? We were talking earlier about songs, and there are some musicians, but they put their hit song together and they literally just sit down and it just comes to them. I mean, did you ever just walk in one day and go, listen, I'm getting a reliever before lunch?
No, I'm sorry. I don't want to ruin it for anyone, but there's nothing about Moneyball that's real. It's a Hollywood movie. It's a movie that goes over a team, and it's a cool movie. Don't get me wrong. The most right part of that movie is that Brad Pitt looks like Billy Bean, and they look nothing alike. So, but I don't want to really take anything away from people's enjoyment of that movie. But no, you don't sit there and start hanging up on other GMs and demanding things and saying we're doing this now. And it just doesn't happen that way. Trades take time. Sometimes they're shorter than others, where you speak to another team's GM and they're like, wow, I hadn't thought of that way. All right, I'll be back to you. And then it can be back within a day, within an hour, within a week. Obviously, when there's a deadline and there's only one deadline, which is different than when I was in the game, there were always 2 trade deadlines, one in July, one in August. You just had to secure waivers to take advantage of the August deadline. But now with one deadline, obviously there's more pressure heading towards 6 p.m. on the 30th. But no, it's not like you call and say, in 1 hour, I want an answer, yes or no. That's fantasy.
How many times did the owner come down and tell you to make that trade? You know, I was watching the Hard Knocks with the Giants, and as they're doing the whole getting rid of Barkley, and Mr. Mara comes down and just says, boy, it's really going to bother me if he goes to another team in the division. And you know what's happening, and it's going, that's a tough seat to sit in if you're the GM of that team.
More than you'd realize in baseball. There are more meddling owners in baseball than I would argue in any other sport. However, is Jerry Jones a meddling owner? Let's talk about this for 1 second.
Well, yeah, actually, he's the general manager, and I would argue that his son is a meddling assistant GM.
So what I would argue is that when you name yourself the GM, you're not a meddling owner, because it's out there for everyone to know that you're the GM. You're running the team. The owners that are really the toughest to deal with are the ones who don't want to be known as the GM, even though they want to be the GM, or the owners who want to be involved in everything, but don't want anyone to know they're involved in everything. And that is an epidemic in baseball. There's no doubt about it. And generally, owners don't know that much because they're fans. And so the way to protect against it is to communicate with the owner and recognize that there are going to be points during the year where you're going to have to do what he wants, and there's nothing you can do about it. You just try to pick your spots.
Got about a minute left. I argue the team nobody wants to meet in the playoffs in the National League is the Pirates. Because they've got – no, I'm serious. They're 3 – I'll put their first 3 pitchers, honest, I'll put them right up there with the Phillies' best 3 right now. Seriously, a best of 3 with the Pirates is a nightmare scenario for the Braves, you name it. And then a best of 5? Seriously, in the second round, you're the Phillies or Dodgers. You got to face the Pirates? I mean, the Pirates pitching is so much better than the Dodgers pitching right now.
That is very true. I'm not going to argue with you on July, whatever date today is.
23rd.
Today's the 23rd. I'm not going to argue. It's terrible. I'm not going to argue with you about on the 23rd. I understand why you're saying it. Skeens goes tonight. We are a long way from October.
I hate it.
I'm sorry, David. I'm not giving it to you right now.
I hate it when you do the whole calm, rational GM thing. I hate it. I hate it, okay? You're not that guy anymore. You're sitting in a baseball glove with a microphone, for goodness sakes.
You want me to jump up and down and say, oh, my God, you've never been more right. You're my guy. You're the greatest guy with a microphone. You've nailed it. You've thought of something that none of us have thought of. The Pirates are so scary that every other team is shaking in their britches. All right, David, that's exactly what's happening. You win.
Whose stupid idea was it to put this guy in the show, huh? David Samson.
Fantastic.
Nothing personal with David Samson. We're going to send that out to potential sponsors right now. Hey, you want to be a part of this show? Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
DC, I believe he's his son, because I know Todd is Brent's brother and longtime agent. Brian is Brent's nephew, because when Brent left ABC ESPN, he left to create Musburger Media, and they created VSiN. They sold it to DraftKings 3-4 years ago. Now they bought it back.
Is that like you two doing Helter Skelter? Charles Manson stole this song from the Beatles. We're stealing it back.
Yeah, I know he got Barstow back for $1. I have a feeling that that the Musburger deal was probably more of a wash, but not.
That's, you know what, Mello? That's a great question. We don't have a poll question, and I don't know what we're celebrating.
Turns out we're going to hold off on the celebration until tomorrow.
That's a tease.
Yep. Hell of a show lined up tomorrow. Gary Danielson, Seth, Pat. Good show. We've had a really good July. It's a shame. Actually, I think we have a pretty decent show. Apparently, nobody wants to be a part of it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Cole Bryson. He works in the upstate part of South Carolina. He's at ACC Media Days. He'll join us coming up in about 40 minutes' time. The voice of the Miami Hurricanes, Joe Zagacki. Mark Miller and he are going to have a chat about their Canes.
Looking forward to it.
You hear the trepidation in his voice right there? He's already cannonballed into the deep end with the Canes. He's betting the over on the Canes. Is it 9.5, by the way? The Canes over under?
You know, I haven't bet the over under yet. Let's check because I might do it right now.
I thought
Might
it was
put everything
9.5
we got left in the over under.
I thought it was 9.5 because when we went through their schedule, if they beat the Gators, I thought we were very confident that they were going to get to the over. It's a big game. Miami at Florida
is such a monster game
for both teams. It's really big.
Really. 9.5.
Yeah.
And you're actually laying you're laying minus 170 to go under. It's plus 140 if you want to go over that number.
Oh. So, because otherwise, I mean, if the Canes, I believe there's no Clemson. I believe there's no North Carolina. I mean,
SMU.
If the Canes get the Gators, the thought is, you know, they host the Knowles, and then that's the only game left on the schedule which they could be an underdog in if they've got their act together. See, this is where, you know, this is how Moulton, remember that Moulton guy? This is how Moulton used to get in trouble. Okay. He used to read the Phil Steele book before Miller. I love talking about us in the third person here. This is how Moulton used to get in trouble. He would get to the Phil Steele book before Miller, and he would have all the schedules and stuff in his head. And around this time of the year, we'd start talking college football, and I would have already formed my conclusions and where I'm diving into the deep end and the hills I'm going to die on and all those cliches. Okay. Guess who got the Phil Steele book first?
That would be Miller.
And guess
and on vacation,
pounded it.
Dove into the Florida teams.
Pounded it. Right. Came back from vacation, and he was like, Moulton, let me tell you something and another thing. And one of the things he was all over was the Canes. Moulton, let me tell you something. I looked up position groups. This is where he sounded like Pat Kerwin. Also, he was combining Phil Steele with Pat Kerwin. Let me tell you about position groups. Let me tell you where the Canes rank.
And it's not just where they rank in the ACC, David. It's where they rank nationally.
See, here
it's
we go.
One thing to be the best offensive line in the ACC. It's quite another when you have a top 7 offensive line in the nation, and that's putting you up against SEC teams, Big Ten teams. And the Canes stack up in nearly every position group that there is, with the exception of their defensive backs.
And And
Coaching.
there we go. Don't let that come out of the side of your mouth. Now, where are they also lacking?
It's coaching, David. Coaching.
Right. Recruiting. Really good. Coaching. Okay, coach, here's the deal. If we take a knee, the game is over and we win. Oh, I don't feel we need to take a knee. Why don't we just run the play into the line? Well, you could do that. I mean, I recommend we take a knee and the game's over. Nah, we got this. Okay. Right. So see, this is where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody is sitting with the Phil Steele book in front of them, and someone is not. Who is that someone, Mark?
That would be me.
Here we go.
And I'm getting Canes fever. And it
Fever?
scares the hell out of me.
Fever?
Like
Hell,
I need to take something for it.
You've had the fever. We've already hospitalized you for 2-3 days. You have the fever so bad.
I cannot wait for that Miami-Florida game. I am so damn excited about that football game because it means so much to both sides.
Heat index will be 146.
Right.
Players are literally going to be dropping on the field. But let's just talk about how big this game is to both coaches. And it is. Don't kid yourself. Bigger for the home coach. It is. I mean, they ain't talking about getting rid of the visiting coach. They're just talking about becoming dissatisfied with the visiting coach. But they're not talking about getting rid of the visiting coach yet. They're talking about getting rid of the home coach already. So this is a very serious question. I've had fun at your expense here. All right. That's how you have fun at mine. David Samson just had fun at mine.
Did he ever? That was spectacular.
We're going to send that out.
In fact,
that's our
you know
promo
what?
right there.
Might hear that again on Labor Day.
I hope we can hear it again on Labor Day.
You know what? That's a dadgum good point, David.
But another thing, so back to
wow, I don't know if I'm more depressed about picking the Canes or what you just said. It's definitely the latter. Ex-sponsor to 21,000. Holy Toledo.
I'm asking you a very serious question. And you know what I mean when I phrase this question this way. Do you believe that the Canes can be the Canes again? And I am not talking about winning 5 national titles in 9 years. I'm not talking about the Canes from 83 through 92. That 10-year run where they were first or second in the country, I think 7 of those 10 years, maybe even 8. That's not what I'm talking about. But I'm talking about modern day. Can the Canes be a consistent threat to be in the playoffs?
Yes.
So you
with
believe
the way he's recruiting right now, they are putting together the teams necessary to be national champions, to go to the playoffs. They're hitting the numbers. They are killing it in recruiting. You have to have the Jimmies and Joes if you're going to do it. And David, they're getting them. Can Cristobal take the next step as a head coach to lead them there? Because he's got the talent there now.
So you don't believe, because right now, Mark, on paper, Miami resembles Texas A&M. They do. They're places where coaches can come in and assemble talent and yet find a way to not win enough games. You believe Miami can surpass not just where they are, but also like the Texas A&M threshold.
Right. I mean, basically what you're saying in today's world, become a 10-win team every year.
Yes, be Penn State.
That's what it is. If you're a 10-win team every year, you're going to the playoffs.
Yeah.
More years than you're not. I know they're in the ACC and it'll be tougher, but
right. But
I think they can.
So you believe that that Miami, at the very least, can be Penn State going forward. You know, Penn State's problem right now is that they can't get to the elite level. They're very good. Well, with a 14 playoff, that wasn't good enough. The thought is this year, if you're very good, that'll at least get you in the playoff, and then you take your chances from there. So you believe that Miami, at the very least, can be Penn State from this point forward?
I do, David. I really do. The talent is there. They are in a conference in which they should be able to accomplish that.
Okay. I mean, there's not much riding on this or anything for the athletic department in the school. You know, it's not a big deal. I mean, just what conference you're going to be playing in and whether or not you're going to be relevant going forward. I mean, there's not much riding on this. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Worth.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Feeney, Strickland doesn't have there's no way we believe he gets to hire another football coach.
How many ADs get to hire 3 although, you know, we could debate Dan Mullen. Dan Mullen had 3 really good years and 1 very bad one. Problem is Dan left the program in such a state that it seems as if he wasn't successful. Well, we're saying if Billy goes, Scott will go. We're saying the money people, and remember, schools have never asked more out of their money people. They're having to come up with more money than ever before because they not only have to continue to do all the stuff for the university, they then have to pay the players. And we think, so when the money people now knock on your door and say, this is how it's going to be, they've never had more pull than they have now. And we think the money people will say to Ben Sass, the president of the university, okay, we're making a change in leadership with the entire department because we can't let this guy hire a third coach because as far as we're concerned, he's 0 for 2. Now, I'll say this. I'm doubling down. Mark is too. Miller and Moulton are doubling down on Napier. We would. But I would find out if Lane was available. Because if Lane's available, I'm pulling the plug.
Boy, would that be sexy.
It would be awesome. He is so Spurrier. Personality, humor.
The way he plays football.
Excuse me. Too much Dr. Pepper there. Yeah, the difference is, Feeney, Norvell moved quicker. Norvell hit the transfer portal harder a year sooner. And Norvell started Norvell won 10 games his third year. This is Billy's third year.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
$22 till the top of the hour. We'll talk plenty of ACC football in our 8 o'clock hour. We'll go to ACC Media Days where Cole Bryson is. And an hour from now, we'll talk with the longtime voice of the Miami Hurricanes. Joe Zagacki will join us here on Miller and Moulton. Our NFL previews continue in our Diamond District bonus hour, 9 a.m. in the East, when Mark Zinno will join us from Atlanta, and we'll talk about, Delta and the airport. No, we'll talk about the Falcons.
So according to David, we have 2 division champs on the show today in Miami and Atlanta. Oh, no, that's according to me. But 1 for you, David, with the Atlanta Falcons, as you're picking the Falcons to win the NFC South.
I am. I'm still sticking with them, even though we've done a week of pumping up the Bucs. All right. I'm still sticking with the Falcons. But I am thinking that there's a real chance that maybe 2 playoff teams come out of the South. We'll get back to that later on. When it's time to make our NFL predictions. And Mark, there is a news service. There is a big group that did their NFL predictions yesterday. And I don't know if they're appearing in their papers nationwide today, but the Gannett Group, USA Today, Gannett, they own a lot of papers in this country that no company owns more. And they did their predictions for the NFL season yesterday. And before you discount their predictions, they should be given a little bit of credit beforehand because they met the number one criteria that you have to meet when you predict the record of all 32 teams and who's going to make the playoffs and how the playoffs are going to unfold.
Same number of wins as losses. The columns add up,
Correct.
David. That's
200,
that is big.
272 and 272.
It's an area in which Miller and Moulton have lacked this capability in years past.
The very first time alive on the air, we were so proud. We did our homework. We made our predictions. And then we had somebody point out and go, I don't know. You guys seem to have a lot more wins than losses. You sure they add up? Oh, yeah, they add up. We added them up. We were like, wow, we're like 14 off. Oh, this is not because it used to have to add up to 256 and 256. Now you got to add up to 272 and 272. 1 year we had it like 271 and 241. We're like, we got to redo this. We're a little too optimistic here. Okay. Here you go, by the way. 3 teams will win 13 games this year, according to USA Today. 1 in the AFC, 2 in the NFC. Care to guess?
Kansas City, San Francisco, Detroit.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Thank
Kansas
you,
Kansas City, San Francisco, Green Bay.
Ooh.
Yes. 1 team wins 12 games. They play in the AFC East. Care to guess?
Are they saying the Bills win 12 games? Or are they saying the Miami Dolphins win 12 games?
They're saying the Jets, Jets are winning 12 games.
All right.
Mark, they're saying that both the Miami Dolphins and the Dallas Cowboys will finish with losing records. They have both Miami and Dallas at 8-9. They have all 4 teams in the AFC Central above, or AFC North, excuse me. Wow, that's a flashback. All 4 teams in the AFC North for the second year in a row finishing above 500.
Let me just go back quickly.
Okay.
If they are right on Dallas and Miami, 0, 1, or both have new coaches next year.
Both.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, I mean, Dallas
for sure. We know that.
Right. But yeah, listen, I'm sorry. Bill Belichick's sitting out there dating a 24-year-old. Okay. I mean, come on.
Does that really help his coaching chances?
No, at all. I know.
It not kills them, but I think it severely hurts them.
But they could be broken up by the end of the season. So we'll just let it go. Besides, it's all about winning games. Let's be honest.
And he's winning games.
We've joked for years, the Yankee fan who we both know and love, okay, who works about 80 feet from you now, okay, in which he looked us right in the eye 20 years ago and said, I don't care if Saddam Hussein plays left field if he hits 30 homers and drives in 100 runs, okay, and a football fan's about at that point too. Dolphins haven't won a playoff game this century, okay? Trust me. Fans at this point don't care who the coach is. So, for the record, care to guess there are 7 playoff teams in the NFC. Niners and Packers obviously are the top 2 seeds because they have them each winning 12 games. Who wins the South?
I think they're saying Atlanta.
They are as the 4 seed at 9-8.
And then they have the Eagles in the East. If they've got Dallas missing the playoffs, then the Eagles are winning that division.
They have the Eagles, the only team above 500 in the East, at 10-7 is the 3 seed. So 49ers, Packers, Eagles, Falcons, your top 4 seeds.
That means the Lions are a wild card team.
They're the 5 at 11-6.
Means the Rams are a wild card team.
They're your 6 seed at 10-7.
And because they're in the newspaper business and want clicks and want to sell things, why would you take Tampa when you can take the Chicago Bears as your 7th team.
Look at you. The Bears at 9-8 are the 7 seed because there are only 7 teams in the NFC that finish above 500. For the record, the last place team, Seahawks at 5-12, Vikings at 5-12, Panthers at 4-13, Giants at 4-13. Okay, to the AFC, where for the record, I believe they have 11 teams finishing above 500.
So they have the Jets winning their division. They have Kansas City winning their division. They have Baltimore winning the North.
They have the Bengals winning the North at 11-6.
And Houston winning the South?
They have the Texans missing the playoffs, finishing 3rd at 9-8.
Does that mean the Jags get back in, or are they picking Indianapolis to win that division?
They are picking the Colts to win the South at 11-6 and to be the 3 seed. The Bengals at 11-6 are the 4 seed. So to recap, Chiefs the 1 with 13 wins, Jets the 2 with 12, Colts and Bengals each with 11 wins, Colts are the 3, Bengals are the 4. If you're just joining us, this is according to Gannett, the USA Today folks, 300 papers around the country. So you may see this in your sports sections for those of you that still read the sports section.
Wild card teams, my guess would be then 2 from the North and 1 from the East. So Buffalo, Baltimore, Pittsburgh?
Buffalo is the 5 seed with 10 wins. The Ravens win 10 games and miss the playoffs. The Steelers finish last with 9 wins and miss the playoffs. Mark, the Bills are the 5. The Jags win 10 games. They're the 6. The Browns win 10 games, and they're the 7. And the teams with winning records, according to the Gannett folks in the AFC who missed the playoffs, Ravens with 10-7, Steelers at 9-8, Texans at 9-8, Chargers at 9-8. All missed the playoffs. The teams with losing records in the AFC, according to Gannett, the Dolphins 8-9, Raiders and Titans with 6 wins, Broncos go 4-13, and the team with the first pick in the 2025 NFL Draft will be your New England Patriots with a record of 3-14.
Well, that's where you and I definitely agree with the Gannett papers. We think New England's on the clock.
I will say they do have a pretty darn good defense, but still don't know they're going to be favored in more than 2 games. And right now, I think they're not favored in a single one.
And I think that I've said it for a while. I think that division comes down to if somehow New England beats a team in their division, that's the difference between who wins that division and maybe who misses the playoffs.
Okay. So remember, and I'm going to go seeds 1 through 7 here quickly. Chiefs, Jets, Colts, Bengals, Bills, Jags, Browns. With that being your playoff lineup in the AFC, who does Gannett have representing the AFC in the Super Bowl?
I would hope the Chiefs.
Incorrect.
Although it's smart because I don't think when teams try the three-peat, they've not been able to get to the game, let alone win it.
The Jets, Jets go to the Super Bowl. It's only happened one other time, and it hasn't happened in 55 years. Now, NFC, the seeds 1 through 7 in order again, top to bottom. Niners, Packers, Eagles, Falcons are the 4, Lions the 5, Rams the 6, Bears the 7. Who comes out of the NFC according to Gannett?
The Niners. A 1 seed's got to make it on one side or the other, doesn't it?
Incorrect. Gannett has the Green Bay Packers.
Oh, come on. The Jets versus Green Bay. Like, people voted on this. This was really good up until the end. This is clickbait.
Okay. And so the Jets and the Packers meet in Super Bowl 59. And the winner of Super Bowl 59 is Jets, Jets. On the record, late July, online and in newspapers all over the country. That's what the sports desk at Gannett has forecasted for the 2024 NFL season, which does begin in 44 days.
Oh, boy.
I got to admit, if they could be right about a few things, though. First off, I'd be okay not seeing the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. I mean, I've seen it. I've seen them win. I've seen them lose. I'm good.
All right.
As a fan, I'm good. I'd be okay.
Okay.
Mahomes is, about to have his third kid. Kelsey seems to be doing okay on the dating scene. I mean, Andy Reid's now, going to take his Hawaiian shirts into the Hall of Fame. All is fine. They're doing well. They're going to get a new stadium either in Kansas City or across the border in, wait for it, Kansas City. So it'll be fine. But come on now. Come on. Aaron Rodgers against the Packers in the Super Bowl. I mean, are you serious? Come on. Like,
do we really need that as a society?
Oh, do we need it?
Yeah, because I don't think we do.
What do we need anymore, Mark? I mean, honestly, what do we need? But if we got it,
the Cowboys missing the playoffs is fun. I like
that.
Right.
Right. Think about that. A Cowboys losing record, missing the playoffs. Okay. By the way, just so you know, the Ravens were the 1 seed, best record in the league last year. They have the Ravens missing the playoffs. Now they haven't gone 10-7, but they haven't missed in the playoffs. But like playoff teams from a year ago that they don't have making it: Ravens, Steelers, Dolphins, Texans. I mean, they got 4 playoff teams in the AFC from a year ago missing the playoffs. Playoff teams from last year in the NFC, they have missing the playoffs: Tampa Bay, Dallas, and I think that pretty much covers it.
I think that's it.
So they got 6 new
Different
playoff teams.
Yep.
Which, there's usually at least 5. So I know it's easy to poke fun at, but they're the first ones on the record. Just wanted to get that out there.
And they wanted to be first to give you Jets and Packers as your Super Bowl battle for this coming year. Miller and Moulton. We'll switch gears. Talk ACC. Joe Zagacki coming up in 35 minutes on Miller and Moulton.
Firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Well, Fly Panda, it's two things. First off, they're the youngest team in the league a year ago, and they're bringing everybody back. And the feeling is that by many, Jordan Love figured it out about 2/3 of the way through last year. His QBR was the best in the league from week 11 on last year. I think he only threw one interception the final 8 games of the year, not counting the playoff game. You know, my problem with Jordan Love is that every time I've seen him play, he sucked. And I saw him twice last year. I saw his one bad game out of the final 8. It was against the Giants. I saw it, in which he was the second best quarterback on the field. And the first quarterback was Tommy Cutlets. So I'm not as enamored with Jordan Love as everybody else, only because every time I see him play, he's not any good. But a lot of people feel he's figured it out. And that the Packers last year were kind of like, you remember Aaron Rodgers when his first year, it was really his second year as a starter. He kind of figured it out midway through that season, and they won 10 games, went to the playoffs, and then the next year they won the Super Bowl. I think people are high on the Packers because they feel that they are very much on the rise. Ambien, I haven't gone through the Broncos schedule yet. And I like to see what the injuries are going to be over the next 5 weeks. Who gets hurt in training camp, who gets cut, who gets dealt. I don't know if Cutlets makes the Giants roster. He should, quite frankly. He's certainly good enough to be the third quarterback. But I don't think Dable likes him. I thought it was pretty evident. He took him off the field every chance he got. Well, Feeney, Gannett thinks you're going to finish last at 5-12. So, well, but Irish football, Breeze didn't become Breeze until he went to New Orleans, and it was also his 6th year in the league. So, you know, I know Bo Nix is old enough, but I don't know. I'd like to give him some time.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Tuesday, hour 3 of Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for being with us. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Joe Zagacki, the longtime voice of the Canes, will join us in 35 minutes. We'll go to Atlanta 1 hour from now and talk with Mark Zinno about how he sees the Falcons in 2024. But we want to dive in to ACC and ACC Media Days, and we do so with someone who is at ACC Media Days. Cole Bryson. He hosts the afternoon drive show on 97.1 The Fan in upstate South Carolina, Spartanburg and Greenville. You can follow Cole on X at The Cole Bryson, Bryson. Cole, it's David and Mark. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
I'm good, man. Happy to join anytime. Hope you guys are doing okay.
We are doing fine. We don't normally start with such a cliche question, but based on the comments yesterday, is the tone, the mood, you know, whatever is flying through the air different at ACC Media Days now than last year?
Without a doubt. And Jim Phillips yesterday was very candid when he got up and did his press conference in front of probably 200 people or so, maybe a little bit more, a pretty crowded room yesterday in Charlotte to hear Jim Phillips speak. And what's so interesting compared to other years is, you know, usually there's time at the end for questions. Usually he talks, 30 to 40 minutes or so. Yesterday was more like 55 minutes. And then he left very little time at the end for questions. And obviously, you know, a lot of people think that was intentional. But he was very candid yesterday when it came to Clemson and Florida State. I knew that he would talk about the lawsuits, but I did not think he would be as open and honest at the podium as he was, basically saying, look, Clemson and Florida State have we deserve better as the ACC office. They have been a disturbance, if you will. And, they signed the paper, basically, right? It's kind of what Jim Phillips was hinting at yesterday. Talking about the grant of rights and everything. But he was very candid from the podium, expressed his opinion on Clemson and Florida State, both of their programs and where they're at in the lawsuits. And it's kind of awkward, you know, being at ACC Media Day and the conference kind of failing in a way. They've downsized, you know, and you've got two of the biggest members who are mad and obviously very upset with its conferences. It's just one of those awkward situations, if you will.
Which school not named Florida State and Clemson in the ACC is paying the most attention to this lawsuit? We've seen so many reports where, you know, if they go, 4 others will go with them, and maybe even 6 others would jump to other conferences. Who do you think's paying the most attention to this inside the conference?
Great question. We talked about Georgia Tech yesterday and a team like NC State. Maybe the possibility of one of them leaving in terms of outside of Clemson and Florida State. Here's the problem. I think Jim Phillips knows the writing's on the wall. And I think that once it happens, if it happens. And by the way, Pete Thamel of ESPN reported yesterday that neither Clemson and Florida State have reported that they intend to leave before the 2025-2026 season. So they're at least in for another year or so. But what's so interesting is whenever it does happen, if one of those two teams bites the bullet and writes the check or figures out a way to get out, I think that's the end. And I think that you'll start to see not just one, but 2 or 3 other schools follow suit. Maybe NC State, maybe North Carolina. It just depends on where they go, I believe. And if they have a plan in place with other schools in the conference, I could see a North Carolina or an NC State follow suit with Clemson and Florida State.
Do the Clemson folks feel that when the time comes, there will be a spot open for them in the SEC, or are they concerned that the only spot open for them may be the Big 12?
I think it's fascinating. I think Clemson fans at first, when all of this began, Florida State, they filed their suit in December of 2023, and then Clemson joined in March. I think when everything began, I think Clemson fans, without a doubt, felt like, you know what, there's absolutely a spot for us in the SEC. But the more you hear, and again, everything you hear is hearsay from the SEC and Greg Sankey and talking about their teams. And you hear him last week say, look, we've got our teams. We're good where we are. And again, you don't really know what you can and can't believe at this point. But I think there is an overwhelming majority of Clemson fans who are starting to realize that maybe they're not going to make it in the SEC. And I don't mean make it in terms of being able to win games. I mean make it in terms of joining the SEC. Because at first, that kind of felt like where Clemson fans, were pretty sold on going. And, the possibility of it, I think the possibility of it's still there. I wouldn't ever shut it down because I do think the SEC would want Clemson. It's interesting, though, with them already having South Carolina, another in-state school. We've heard reports that they don't want Florida State. We haven't heard any reports that they don't want Clemson. However, it does seem as if the Big 12 would be a more welcomed spot, if you will, for Clemson.
On the field, what's Clemson going to be like this year? They bring back 9 starters on offense. They start with that big game against Georgia. They look as if they're a team that can contend for the ACC. Are they equal to Florida State and Miami talent-wise? Are they ahead of Florida State and Miami talent-wise? Where do you see the Tigers?
So this year, 2024, I think Clemson's more equal to Miami and Florida State talent-wise. I think last year, Florida State had them a little bit on the field. The production that Florida State lost in 2023, that production concerns me. Is Florida State going to be good? Absolutely. DJU, are there still question marks with him? Absolutely there are. Now, Clemson, I believe, does have a little bit more of a better team in terms of the overall talent, overall depth this year when talking about competing with Florida State and talking about competing with Miami. It all comes down to the quarterback, Cade Klubnik. And obviously with Cade Klubnik in his second year at Clemson, he has a lot to prove with also second-year offensive coordinator Garrett Riley, who we've been told throughout the summer and the spring that Garrett Riley and Cade Klubnik are a lot more comfortable at this point than they were last year. Last year they were both in a new system. Cade Klubnik looked kind of lost at times, didn't really trust his coaching staff, made a lot of decisions on his own, pulled the Miami game's a great example, pulled the ball several times when he was supposed to, when there was a dive there, he would pull it and made a lot of mistakes. But no, this team's going to be better offensively and defensively in terms of the Clemson Tigers. Sammy Brown and a lot of these freshman guys on defense are going to be big impact players. But again, it all comes down to what's between the ears for Cade Klubnik. And when you're talking about a team like Clemson, Florida State, and Miami, the signal caller matters. And all three this year have pretty good ones. It just depends how, when you talk about Florida State, and I'm sure you guys have talked about it a ton yesterday as we did at ACC Media Day, it comes down to DJU, right? And how efficient he can be. And Clemson fans obviously have seen a lot of him, but He's the talking point right now more than anybody for whatever reason.
Cole Bryson, he does Afternoon Drive on 97.1 The Fan in upstate, Spartanburg, Greenville in South Carolina. You can follow Cole on X at @TheColeBryson, BrySon. Is Dabo stubborn, but he's going to get away with it and still keep Clemson elite? Or is Dabo a little out of touch with the world that he's now coaching in, and he's going to start really costing Clemson some games? Because how can you be an elite team and not be in the transfer portal?
I think he already has costed Clemson some games, to be quite honest. To answer your question, yes, Dabo's going to get a pass because of what Dabo's done. Is that the way it should be? Absolutely not. However, the feeling is, if you cover Clemson football heavily, Dabo Swinney has no pressure on him. It doesn't matter what the national media says. It doesn't matter what the national narratives are. There's no pressure on Dabo Swinney at Clemson. The administration loves him. The staff loves him. People in Clemson still love him, regardless of his inability to adapt to the portal, which I've been critical of him over the last year. I talked to him on Sunday for about 15 minutes, just one-to-one. And Dabo's the guy who, listen, you give him credit for it, but at the same time, you think, man, at some point he's going to have to adjust a little bit. He's a man of his word. And if he says he's going to do something, he's going to do it. And whether you call it stubborn or just who Dabo is, he is a guy who believes in what he believes. And what I mean is he has taken this stance that they don't need portal players. And right now, Clemson's one of the few teams, I believe, with like Air Force and maybe one other in the entire country who don't have any portal players on their roster. So to answer your question, it's fascinating because any other coach at any other program would be under a ton of scrutiny if he were in this position. However, I guess when you win 2 national championships within the last, 6 years, 8 years, whatever it is now, you can kind of do what you want. And unfortunately, that's the situation at Clemson. But on the flip side, yeah, it's going to cost him. Like I said, I think it already has. And if he continues to not use the portal and it continues to cost him, if he continues to drop a game to Florida State this year, who you guys know, Florida State used the portal heavily. If that continues to happen, there will be more scrutiny. But Dabo believes in the guys on his roster, his homegrown roster. And 2024 is going to be a big year as we find out if the organic, homegrown roster of Clemson can go up against the portal guys.
Cole Bryson, Afternoon Drive on 97.1 The Fan in upstate South Carolina, Spartanburg and Greenville. Follow him on X at @TheColeBryson, @TheColeBryson. Cole, thanks so much for making time for us. Have a great rest of your stay in Charlotte and media days, and hopefully we can check in early in the season.
Absolutely. Great talking to you guys.
Cole Bryson, kind enough to join us from ACC Media Days here on Miller and Moulton.
I get what he's saying about Dabo, but what if they get boat raced by Georgia week 1? The 13-point spread. What if Georgia goes in there and does Georgia things to Clemson?
I'll just say it this way. Didn't Oregon get boat raced that first game for Dan Lanning? And so I think week 1, I know what you're saying. I don't think week 1's as crucial. I do think that he's got to get in the ACC title game, though, or people are going to go, Dabo, what are you doing?
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Gannett Ambient, the Gannett newspaper chain, USA Today. So don't know if they own the local paper by you, but Gannett owns the most newspapers in the country. So the Gannett newspaper chain made their NFL season predictions yesterday. Gannett, Gannett. They're the ones that publish USA Today. Like in Southwest Florida, they now own both major newspapers. They own the News Press and the Naples Daily News. I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. Them and Scripps Howard basically own every newspaper in the country. And one can argue they've done an awful lot in ruining the industry. Hey, Feeney, here's the beautiful thing about making NFL predictions. They can sound crazy and they can end up right. Or they can sound crazy and end up crazier. I mean, imagine if somebody last year had picked the Houston Texans to win the AFC South. The Jets to go 7-10 last year.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Joe Zagacki, longtime voice of the Miami Hurricanes, to join us. Coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. Yesterday, we got the news about LeBron James being named by his fellow athletes on the U.S. Olympic team to be the male flag bearer for the United States in the opening ceremonies. We're waiting to find out the word this morning as to who the athletes vote to be the female flag bearer. The IOC 4 years ago encouraged countries to have both a male and female flag bearer for more representation. There's just one flag bearer, I believe, for the closing ceremonies. So you end up with 3 flag bearers in all. We think it'll come down to Katie Ledecky or Simone Biles. Biles was the closing ceremonies flag bearer 8 years ago after she had that amazing 2016 Olympic Games. But, Mark, there is some breaking news involving the Dolphins this morning.
Ooh.
Remember, over the weekend, Shaq Barrett retired.
Right.
And so the Dolphins need another edge rusher. Plus, they got 2 edge rushers that are starting the year most likely on the injured list. I mean, the Dolphins could end up a very deep defense, but they may not be a very deep defense till post-Halloween. So they got to get through the early part of their schedule. And so after Shaq Barrett retired, they had to go find somebody. And they brought in Ngakoue and Agba yesterday to basically work out and compete against one another. Both guys represented by Drew Rosenhaus. And the Dolphins, Mark, who 5 months ago cut Emmanuel Agba, saving like $14 million against the cap. Now they re-signed the 30-year-old to a 1-year, $5 million deal.
All right.
So he's back. He played the last 4 years with the Dolphins, had 24 and a half sacks, has not been the same guy since a triceps injury 2 years ago, though. I mean, he had a big 2020, 2021, not so big 22, 23. 30, turns 31 in November. Agba back in the fold as another body coming off the edge.
All right. I'll throw you UCF in this as well. Take the 3 Florida pro teams. Take the 4 college teams.
Mm-hmm.
From a standpoint of pressure, rank them. Who has the most pressure to who has the least pressure on them entering this season?
The Dolphins have the most pressure.
More than the Gators?
Yes, because
okay.
I don't know many Gator fans that think the Gators will win more than 8 games. That even the optimistic, demanding Gator fans look at where the program is, look at their schedule, look at where they are in the expanded SEC, and goes, you know, a good year this year would be 8-4. Whereas the Dolphins, I believe, have to win a playoff game this year to meet the lowest of expectations from their fan base. So
I
I
think
would
it's
go
really close
Dolphins.
because
No, sorry about that. I would go Dolphins 1, Gators 2, because also I think they're the only two coaches, Mark. It's possible if Gus Malzahn has a bad year, but I don't think so. I think they're the only two coaches of the Big Seven, if you will, 4 in college, 3 on Sundays. I think they're the only two coaches who have a real shot at getting fired if their teams underachieve.
okay, then who would be 3? I would put the Canes there. Personally, because I think that they have to take the next step this year, and they're expected to.
I would put Florida State last for what it's worth. I got the Dolphins 1 and the Gators 2. I'd put Florida State 7. I really would. Norvell's, I mean, they go 8-4 this year. It'll be a disappointment. They'll blame the quarterback, and they'll just, go forward.
Would the Bucks then be 6?
Yes. And I'd put UCF. I'd put Miami 3, UCF 4, Jacksonville 5. See, they're used to losing in Jacksonville. They wouldn't like it, but I don't think, Doug Peterson's won a Super Bowl. They're all in on Trevor. I don't think, even if they go 8-9 and miss the playoffs, people will be bummed. But, Khan's a very patient owner. I don't see that organization getting blown up. I see very hard questions. I see everybody being put, feet to the fire for 2025. But that owner, he's already had a good year. He just got his financing for his stadium of the future. He's in a good mood for the rest of this year. He really is.
Well, and because of that deal getting done, the media is in a good mood with him and them.
Yeah, I mean,
even more so than they normally are in that town where they're lapdogs to the Jags.
I mean, I think the GM would be under some heat, because he's been there long enough that's totally his roster, but yeah, that's how I'd rank it. So I'm going Dolphins 1, Gators 2, Canes 3, UCF a close 4 over the Jags. Gus has to go to a bowl this year. I think Gus has to get to 7 this year. Gus at least has to live up to the expectation that UCF's going to be at no worse than middle of the pack. That UCF fan base is kind of like, hey, come on now. I get it, going to the big conference, but come on, we got real talent here. And Gus, you've coached in the title game as a coordinator and as a head coach. You're supposed to be taking us to the next level. I think they got to be at least in the middle of the pack of the Big 12, or actually his job, I think, would be on the line in 2025.
And you almost talked me into putting the Dolphins on top of this. I would put the Gators slightly above the Dolphins, because if it goes badly for the Gators, everybody's getting blown out. And the pressure I see on that first game is immense for Florida. And I would flip the Jags and UCF.
Okay. So I'm going UCF 4, Jacksonville 5. You're flipping it. But so we agree on Florida State 7, Tampa Bay 6.
Yes.
Even if whatever happens and the Bucs go 7-10, I don't think Bowles is getting fired. I don't. I think 2025 would be a make it happen year, but I do think that Jason Licht's had an amazing offseason, though. He's upgraded the offensive line. He kept his quarterback on the cheap. He kept his star wide receiver unbelievably on the cheap. Man, did Mike Evans give him a discount. $21.5 million for a legit number 1 wide receiver? Wow. I mean, seriously, that's $10 million less than what he could have gotten on the market. It's a lot of money. I mean, Baker, $5 million less than Daniel Jones. I mean, Mark, you got to say, even if you just say Evans getting 28, I mean, between the two of them, they saved the Bucs $12-13 million against the cap with the deals.
And the moves they made, the players they got rid of, they seem to do that in a nice economic way to bring on the right guys. Like you said, they revamped the offensive line.
They're going to re-sign Wirfs. They signed the safety long term. They have had a good offseason. Remember, they finished the year strong. They
I
did.
will say in that division, it's going to be interesting because, the one thing we do know about the Atlanta Falcons is they play the majority of their games at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's good for Kirk Cousins. There'll be no prime time in their future.
Wow. Taking a shot.
Could be the difference in that division. You got to look at things glass half full, glass half empty. But for Atlanta, they don't play primetime games. That's good for Kirk Cousins.
What if they get flexed in the primetime late in the year, though? The money games could be at night.
Then I like Baker and the Bucks.
Miller and Moulton. Joe Zagacki, the longtime voice of the Miami Hurricanes. Let's talk some Canes next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was mid-August. Yep. That was the weirdest one of all. We had 3 weeks left in our contract. They had put off negotiating with us till then. We walked in. We had our preliminary discussion. It didn't go well, but, he could have fired us right there. We left the meeting. We got in our cars. We drove home. We got home. We got a phone call saying, I think you guys have just been fired. I'm like, what are you talking about? We just met with the boss. He didn't say anything about that.
Yeah, he didn't like me walking out.
We had agreed to keep talking. He's like, well, let me read the email. Program director read me the email. I go, yeah, that sounds like we've done our last show. Yeah. Like, that's strange. It was on a Thursday too. I remember calling the owner, leaving a message going, listen, you should really take 24 hours to think about this. I go, we can not be on the air tomorrow. People just think it's a day off. We can come right back on Monday. Why don't we just keep talking? What happened? No. Then a year later, they wanted us back.
Joe's on.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes till the top of the hour. Mark Zinno will join us live from Atlanta at that point in time. We'll preview the Atlanta Falcons. We're doing a team a day, 44 days away from the NFL season getting kicked off. But we're thrilled to be talking with the longtime voice of the Miami Hurricanes once again, Joe Zagacki. You can follow him on X at Canes Voice. The Canes' big day at ACC Media Days is tomorrow. But Joe, congratulations. Your daughter got engaged. You're working for free this year, buddy.
Yeah. Thank you very much. One of those life-altering or one of those passage of life moments, right? So that was a lot of fun this past weekend. And, now the planning starts. So I'll just be on the sidelines writing checks.
Yes,
I was going to
you
say,
will.
Sign that contract extension, buddy. That's our advice.
Yep. Whatever you want, honey. Okay, dear. Whatever you guys want.
No,
congrats
out there. Congratulations, Joe.
Thank
All right.
you. Yeah.
David and I went on vacation in July, and I sit down every year with the Phil Steele book and start reading and get ready for college football. I've done it every year. We take a vacation, and I came back and I said to David, this Miami Hurricane team's good. They're every position group seemingly with the exception of the defensive backs, is nationally ranked, not ACC ranked number one, but nationally ranked in, top 5, top 7. It looks as if the talent is there, Joe. Can they deliver with this talent?
Yeah, well, that's always the question. Now, finally, Miami's going to go into a game against a Southeastern Conference team, Florida, without feeling like they're playing with one arm tied behind their back in terms of the roster. The roster is very good, probably the best it's been in a long, long time. And training camp starts next Wednesday, July 31st. So they've got really 3 weeks to pull this all together. I guess, everybody else does in college football as well, this new era. But I think the challenge for Mario Cristobal and his staff and the players is become a team in 3 weeks. Become a team. You're going to have the talent, but how are they going to respond when there's adversity? What level of execution are they going to be at when they kick it off against the Gators? There are no practice games and all that stuff. So a lot of questions have to be answered, I think, in terms of being able to unify your team going into that game. But talent-wise, right now, 1 week before training camp, probably as good as Miami's had in a long, long, long time.
What concerns you, if anything, just from a personnel standpoint first? We'll get to handling the pressure, but just when you look at the roster, I mean, you have to do your job. The 2 deep, the 3 deep. When you look at your beloved Canes, what, if anything, concerns you?
Probably right off the bat would be the last line of defense, their deep secondary. You lost James Williams and Cam Kitchens. And any way you look at it, Cam Kitchens was an All-American. Kitchens played, I think, 35 games for Miami in his career and had 10 interceptions. That's a pretty good rate. So you've lost James Williams and Cam Kitchens. And as I look at that right now, it's Jaden Harris, who had 7 tackles a year ago, Markeith Williams, who had got 15 tackles in his career. Zaquan Patterson is a 4 or 5 star player. From Washington, transferred in from Washington. I would say that would be my concern off the bat, the deep secondary. I think they're going to be okay at corner. I think they'll be okay at linebacker. That took a bit of a hit with the transfers and all that stuff. I would say the depth at linebacker, the top 4, Malinois, the Saints, Alderman transferred in from Louisville, and Ralligiri, who's a sophomore, highly rated sophomore. I think they're probably going to be pretty good there. And then the defensive line, I think that took a big leap between spring football and, the beginning of training camp, because they brought in Simeon Barrow and Tyler Barron to help them out there. So those 2 guys should elevate their defensive line. But my big concern right now would be the deep secondary.
Is the offense the biggest confidence mark, and what part of it do you have the most confidence in, Joe?
Well, I'd have the most confidence in the offensive line. Most of it's back. Jalen Rivers, Inez Cooper, Francis Malinois, those 3 guys are maulers. Matt McCoy probably moves into left tackle in his first year as a full-time. For Matt Lee, Carpenter played at Indiana. He's probably not the same level as Matt Lee. Matt Lee was that guy was an animal. So I don't know if Carpenter is quite as physical as Matt Lee, but I think the offensive line, with their size and their strength and even their depth behind Jalen Rivers, is Markel Bell. Markel Bell is 6'9", 340 pounds. Now, if I'm 6'9", 340 pounds, at the very least, I ought to be able to move somebody from point A to point B. And so I feel good about that. Some of their depth at the guard and center position probably isn't at an elite level. And then running back, I think the question there is going to be Mark Fletcher. He got injured in the bowl game last year, basically a broken foot. And everybody knows a foot injury can be tricky. So they're saying all the right things about Fletcher. We'll just have to wait and see how it unfolds in training camp. But Damian Martinez transferred in from Oregon State, and to be honest with you, fellas, he's the kind of running back that Miami's been trying to tackle for the last, 10 years. They finally got a guy on their team that is physical, can break the long run and wear you down. A defense will spend the entire game swinging and missing at him trying to tackle. And just one of those really good, polished running backs, and a guy that in the past has given the Miami defense fits. So it's nice to have that kind of player on Miami's team.
35 plus years broadcasting Miami Hurricanes sports. I believe this will be year 23 as the voice of the Miami Hurricanes. He's Joe Zagacki. Follow him on X at Canes Voice. Canes Voice. Are we hyping up week 1 too much? Like, we think if the Canes win, that they're better on paper than everyone else on their schedule, with maybe the toss-up game being Florida State. So we think it could be a springboard. Are we hyping it up too much?
Well, look, this is Miami. They're always hyped too much. If I had a dime for every time that was, are the Canes back, I would be able to pay for that wedding without a problem. So, yeah, if they start the season in the top 20 and they beat Florida, they're probably on hype alone going to the top 10. And that's just the way it is in Miami. And conversely, if they were able to work their way into the top 10 or the top 5 and then lose a game, they go right out of the top 25. I don't know if there's any team in America that has the pendulum swing as much as the University of Miami when it comes to ranking. So probably the answer is yes, they'll be too hyped. You can't hype that game enough. It's Miami and Florida. So for me, I'll throw some fuel on that fire. They should play every year. And every time they play and the game ends, I walk out of the stadium, win or lose, and go, well, how come they don't play every year? It's really not and I know why they don't, but it's just not doesn't give the players in the state justice not to be able to go to Miami or to go to Florida and never play in that game. Just seems, kind of cruel to me. But I think it's going to be a hell of a game. I think Florida's a lot better, or better anyway, than they were the last 5 games of last season. And, if Miami wins, yes, I think it's going to catapult them, give the team a lot of confidence, certainly get the fan base behind them. But there are other obstacles on the schedule. I don't think it's a as tough a schedule that Miami has had in the past, but I do think there are some places they could get tripped up.
How does coaching improve? Because Mario made some mistakes last year. We all know, we can sit there and talk about different decisions that he made, but how does coaching improve in a season?
Yeah, well, number one, coaching always improves when you've got better players. I've always found if you got good players, your coaching is probably going to be pretty good. But for Mario and his staff, it's probably pretty simple. It gets back to some of the basics, and that would be don't beat yourself. Coach your team up so that you don't beat yourself. And I think really one of the biggest keys to coaching is can you create an identity and win that identity in a game? Everybody always seems to fight for an identity. If you got great teams, I think, the challenge in a game is can you pull the opponent out of their identity? Now, first and foremost, you have to have one. So that's what he's got to get in the 3 or 4 weeks he has in training camp. What are they going to stand for? And I think if he can build that in training camp on what are they going to stand for, what are they going to be, then the challenge in the games is can they do it? Can they not be pulled out of that? And I think, what does that mean? Well, be a team that doesn't beat yourself, be a team that's really physical, be a team that plays with poise. Certainly Miami didn't have that last year. Those two things, they beat themselves the first 2 years under Mario. They turned the ball over 47 times the last 2 years. Now, as far as I know, the last team that had a number like that won anything was the 1979 Pittsburgh Steelers. They turned the ball over like 62 times and still won the Super Bowl. But Miami doesn't have Terry Bradshaw or Franco Harris or any of those guys. So 47 turnovers the last 2 years, you're not beating anybody when you throw 26 interceptions and fumble 21 times. And then throw in there, penalize almost 60 yards a game. That's just not good. And then in the red zone, score touchdowns, being 90th in the country, scoring touchdowns in the red zone. So right there tells you where you want to get better coaching right there. And you can find all kinds of instances where Miami lost because of those situations. They turned the ball over 7 times inside the red zone, twice on the 1 yard line. One of them against North Carolina State cost them the game. So I would say that would be it. Penalties, just go look at Jacoby George right now. He's in the starting lineup. Well, hell, I think in one game alone, he had 60 yards of penalties. You just can't have those kinds of things in your program. That can't be your identity. So how do you improve coaching in 1 year? I would say that would be a pretty good start.
Joe Zagacki, longtime voice of the Miami Hurricanes. You can follow him on X at Canes Voice. Once again, Joe, congratulations to you and your family on the daughter getting engaged. And listen, hopefully we can catch up right before the Gators game, if that's okay.
Yep, I'll be here. By the time we get to the Gators game, I'll be ready to go. We'll be all riled up.
Joe Zagacki.
And
30.
Appreciate
30.
the call.
No, you bet. 39 days away, by the way. Gators and Canes in 39 days. Follow him on X at Canes Voice. Joe Zagacki, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Canes, big day in Charlotte. ACC Media Days is tomorrow for the Canes when Mario and the players talk and that sort of deal. And they're one of those teams we think week 1 could be really big. Springboard. The Gators is probably bigger for the Gators, just because their schedule's more demanding than Miami's, and it's a non-conference game. You know, Florida's got to at least be bowl eligible. They got to stop this 3 losing season in a row thing. Okay, the Canes just need to get in an ACC title game. You know, that's so they could lose to the Gators and still accomplish what it is they need to accomplish. Florida's got to figure out a way to get to 6 wins, and there aren't a lot of soft spots on the schedule. In fact, there's 1. So got to win some tough games if you're Florida, and you're starting with a tough one in Miami.
And the winner has such an advantage on what they're trying to do. You look at, if the Gators lose that game, do you think the Gators are then favored against A&M?
Yes, I do. I do. A slight, like a 2-point, 3-point deal, but yeah, I do. To me, I listen, I'd love for the Gators to be 6-1 heading into that stretch that starts with Georgia, in which they're playing with house money, and it's just a matter of what bowl game they're going to go to. But like last year when they were 5-2, and we went through their last 5 games and said, listen, there's not an easy one here. Got to beat Arkansas at home, probably, if you're going to go to a bowl. And they threw that game away, and guess what? They didn't go to bowling. I mean, that's by the way, breaking news from the Washington Post, the NFL and the NFLPA, according to the executive director of the NFLPA, they are in high stakes negotiations to bring an 18th game to the NFL season in the next few years. Mark Zinno is next.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller & Moulton, the money goes to Miller & Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller & Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller & Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I can't see how the Players Association doesn't insist on 2 buys. So now if you're the NFL, are you pushing the Super Bowl back 2 weeks? Because that's Daytona, that's beyond President's Day. Or you're going to push it 1 week to President's Day weekend. and eliminate the bye week in between the conference title games and the Super Bowl. Or you're going to start a week earlier. You're going to start Labor Day weekend, which doesn't work for the NFL. Ratings are down, attendance is down.
Voicemail.
Okay.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Have already had a terrific show today. David Samson a couple hours ago. Cole Bryson 1 hour ago, live from ACC Media Days. Catching up with Joe Zagacki, voice of the Canes, last segment. Go to MillerandMoulton.com about an hour after the show. Everything is posted. David Samson, by the way, with a hell of a takedown of this Moulton character who's part of Miller and Moulton. I mean, the final minute of the David Samson interview, I mean, that's promotional material. We're going to be sending it out to potential sponsors and saying, listen, this is what we do. Okay. We're at least one of us is a moron, and we just let the guests just tee off.
Well, I don't know if I'd go moron. One of the hosts makes impassionate pleas from time to time, and every once in a while, a guest may think that impassioned plea is a little early, and he let you know.
Or
you
misguided.
Were making bold playoff predictions, or not even playoff predictions, bold playoff possibilities.
Right. I just said the team in the National League that nobody wants to play in the playoffs is the Pirates because of their pitching. That their top three starters, I think, are right up there with the Philly starters. Now, obviously, the rest of the team's not. Okay, but I'm just saying, in a best of three, the Pirates are a problem. Even in a best of five, okay, the Pirates are a problem. That's all. Mark Zinno is kind enough to join us once again, 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Follow him on X at Mark Zinno, Zinno. Mark, it's David and Mark. Hope you and the family have been well. How are you?
We're doing well, getting ready for football season because Lord knows baseball is really sucking the life out of me.
Well, listen, the Braves, another day, the Braves have more injuries than a football team, Mark.
Yeah. I mean, when the guy you sign is in uniform for an hour and gets hurt in pregame warmups, you know things aren't going well.
It is a struggle right now with the Braves, but yet they're still a wild card team, and we'll see how health comes to them towards the end of the season. But we called to talk about the Falcons, and going through some of the national publications, there are many that are picking this team to win the division. Are you?
Yeah. Like there's no excuses. Like this, the baseline for this team is 10 wins in the NFC South title. Anything less than that is a failure. This may be the most turnkey operation for any head coach and quarterback to walk into in year one that I've seen in a really long time. Short of taking over a reigning Super Bowl contender like when George Seifert took over for Bill Walsh, this is as ready-made as it comes. It's a Ferrari in the garage with the keys in the ignition. Just start it and go. Which is what should happen offensively with this team, given Kirk Cousins is now in the fold and, Zach Robinson, the offensive coordinator coming out of the Los Angeles Rams. I mean, it's an offense he already knows. It's an offense he's played in before. There should be no hiccups for this team whatsoever. Again, they're not going to go 17-0. They're not going to go 15-2. just because their defense is probably going to lose them a couple of games. But again, the baseline and is 10 wins in the division title. And I'm somebody, I've said this repeatedly, Raheem Morris does not get a first-year head coach pass. None. You just can't give it to him. There's no way, because again, if they had decent quarterback play, Arthur Smith would still be the head coach here. If they had a quarterback of any sort of ilk, and just not to hit the rewind button, but the Arthur Smith plan as far as quarterbacks was concerned was sabotaged by the owner, who chased after Deshaun Watson and then dumped Matt Ryan and was stuck with Marcus Mariota, drafted Desmond Ridder to try to make him work, and it did. So, I mean, this should have all went differently, but nonetheless, here we are. Raheem Morris gets the keys to the ignition, and the Falcons will be ready to go.
Now, you said Ferrari in the garage with the keys ready to go. You sure you don't want to amend that to Beamer, Honda, Hyundai? I mean, how good do you think this team is?
If they're not a top 7 offense when it's all said and done, definitively top 10 as far as points per game, like if they're not averaging 24 points per game, something's gone wrong. There's a lot of questions to answer for from this coaching staff. I mean, you have a top, let's call it 5-7 running back in the NFL in Bijan Robinson from a talent perspective. I know, if all the fantasy nerds out there get together, they'll tell you Bijan is projected to have one of the better fantasy seasons out there, which equates to he should have a lot of stats and a lot of numbers. They have a dynamic wide receiver in Drake London who, with the right quarterback, finally will have a breakout year. We start to see that from him. He's just a big physical wide receiver. And then they have Kyle Pitts, who has more pressure on him to actually perform this year than probably anybody in the Falcons uniform. But outside of that, they have a very stable, solid offensive line that can run the football, and a scheme that's nearly unbeatable, as we've seen several times over. And I say that from the standpoint of, if you look at all the coaches who are using this scheme and all the teams that are using it, they put up points. They do it pretty well. So they have everything they need in place to be a top 10, top 7 offense in this league as far as points scored is concerned.
Are they going to be able to get after the quarterback on the other side, or is this going to be a track meet every week with Atlanta?
At this point, I would rather just play the track meet. Like, why even lose your mind over trying to do something you haven't been very good at in the last decade? You realize the Falcons have only had more than 40 sacks in a season once in the last 10 years, and it was last year when they got to 42. Prior to that, 2017, they got 39. Like, this team gets to the quarterback like, fat kids skip buffets. It just doesn't happen all that often. So it's one of those deals where don't try to be who you're not, and focus on the offense and let them dictate everything and try to win games 33-30. They could be a good defense, but again, the defense that was there last year that was growing under Ryan Nielsen is now a whole new scheme and a whole new defense when they change coordinators. So, and Raheem Morris is obviously going to have a big imprint on that because he, obviously is a defensive guy, but I don't know that they lost Calais Campbell and Bud Dupree, which totaled 16 of their 42 sacks last year. So 1/3 of their sacks went away. And people are saying Lorenzo Carter may be a candidate for a cap casualty at the end of camp rather. So where are the sacks coming from? Who's going to do it? Unless some rookie balls out that we don't know about, then I don't see them getting much more than 40 sacks again.
Would you have kept the coach but just made the change at quarterback? Did you feel a coaching change was necessary?
You're asking the wrong guy, because I died on the Arthur Smith hill, and I was eviscerated in this city for it. Arthur Smith is an excellent coach. He is a dynamically good offensive coach. Unfortunately, he couldn't make chicken salad out of chicken you-know-what. Nobody could have. There wasn't a coach out there who was going to change Marcus Mariota and Desmond Ridder into anything, and Taylor Heineke, whatever it was. Like you were not changing those guys from what they were. You just weren't going to be able to win with them. The idea that they won 7 games with that level of quarterback play was just incredible. So no, I don't think they should have made a change at head coach. I thought it was the wrong move. I said it repeatedly. I think Arthur Smith deserved a better fate. And again, what was irritating is that Arthur Smith was promised 2 years of Matt Ryan when he took the job, because that was the first time they could get out from underneath his contract without really taking a major cap hit. But the owner lusted after Deshaun Watson, made a public display of it, undercut the best player in franchise history when it didn't work out, and then had to ship him off to the Colts for next to nothing. And that's when Arthur Smith got screwed. You got a raw deal. You really, really did. Because had they not shipped off of Matt Ryan, they could have taken a quarterback in that draft and let him sit for a year and let Matt Ryan finish out his contract and move on. But, that wasn't that whole thing got upset by the owner. And then when it didn't go well, guess who had the axe come down on him? It was Arthur Smith. But, people will blame Arthur Smith for drafting Desmond Ridder, but yet they're gonna give a pass to the GM for it. That I don't understand. Those two guys drafted that dude together. Desmond Ridder's not the guy. Get it. Noted. I mean, we kind of all saw it. We don't have to have an argument about it. But, he's not the first quarterback, GM head coach combo to miss on a quarterback. And both of them survived it. So, and again, it was a third round pick. It's not even a first round pick. It was pure, hey, the guy's still here, kind of deal. And why not? Let's hope for the best. Because I remember Arthur Smith telling me when Desmond Ridder was sitting for most of his first year, he just looked at me and he said, if Desmond works out, we're going to be in great shape. If. Well, Desmond didn't work out. And unfortunately, it cost him his job. So, no, I don't think there should be a coaching change, but that's just me.
You mentioned Kyle Pitts having a lot of pressure on him. Does that just get alleviated by Cousins throwing him the football? I mean, what does he do to alleviate that pressure this year? Because I'm with you, but we've not seen what the potential for this young man is. Is this just simply Cousins getting him the ball more?
I mean, look, he had 1,000-yard season his rookie year under Matt Ryan. So if we fairly say that those were comparable level quarterbacks, Matt Ryan in 2020, whatever it was, and Kirk Cousins right now, then the production should be there. The problem is that he got screwed in the beginning because he was drafted 4th overall, which is an epic disaster. Don't ever take a tight end 4th overall, folks, ever. You should be rightly, excoriated for it because it's a bad decision. Because tight ends don't change offenses, period. And if they do, guess what? You can find them in the 2nd, 3rd round like you did with Gronk and Kelsey. So you don't take a tight end at 4. That said, that's part of the pressure that he's dealing with is that you need the 4th best player in a college draft to produce like the 4th best player in a college draft. Otherwise, if they don't, you know what we call those guys? Busts, right? Because that's what happens when you're the 4th overall pick and you don't pan out. So they're tied to him one way or another. And it's one of those things where they're not going to let him go. They'll pick up the 5th-year option. They'll try to extend him in some size, way, shape, or form because you know what happens when you don't do that? You admit you got it wrong, and no team wants to ever do that. So he's dealing with more expectations that are unmanageable because of where he was drafted, not the player that he is. That said, if he can stay healthy, given how much Kirk Cousins has reliance on the tight end position and what he did with T.J. Hockenson in Minnesota, then yeah, he should have a good year. Now, again, when we talk about him affecting the team and being a positive factor in the game, that doesn't always equate to yards and touchdowns. But you got to catch that that pass on 3rd and 6 for 8 yards. Like that one you got to catch, and you have to be able to be a good red zone target where you out jump a guy like, oh God, if we don't have that guy, we don't get that touchdown there kind of deal. You need to see those sort of plays from him because guess what? You know what we found out? He ain't that good of a blocker. So you may as well just send him out there in the passing game and let him run wild and be an unguardable target. But that's what you hope for. I don't know if that equates to 1,000 yards and 6 or 7 touchdowns, but in theory, it should just equate to a guy who's a big part of the offense and you have to worry about defense coordinators have to worry about game planning for.
Mark Zinno, 92.9 The Game in Atlanta. Follow him on X, Mark Zinno, Zinno. Mark, hopefully we can check in right around the opener. All the best to you and the Braves and your family, and we'll talk soon.
Sounds good, fellas. Thank you anytime over here.
Steelers at Falcons. Arthur Smith is offensive coordinator of the Steelers. Week 1. The Diamond District bonus hour is well underway on Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the mornings, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Jay Knoll, I appreciate it. Listen, we don't toot our own horn a lot, but I do think one of the things that we did early on, and our first producer really helped. When we talk about schools that do a good job looking themselves in the mirror and saying, this is who we are. We knew all those many years ago that we were a show at the time just in one market, and we knew what market size we were, and we knew we went after guests that we thought we could get. It's kind of like the school that goes after 3 stars. And it turns out that there's a decent number of 3-star guests that are 4 and 5-star interviews. And we're pretty good interviewers. So people don't mind coming back on with us. We don't usually abuse them and, bring them on every 10 days. We go, hey, once a month, once every 2 months. And so we've done a really good job over the years putting together also, like when you listen to all the national radio that you listen to, you don't hear our guests often on other shows, which I think helps us.
And one little simple thing that we all should be better at. We take the time to spend 30 seconds after the show and very simply send a text that says thank you.
Yep. Every one of the guests, as soon as they're done, I text them. Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Can we have some fun here with your 2-day tease?
I had to ruin the moment, huh? Appreciate that.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
$21 past the hour. It is the Diamond District bonus hour, 4th hour of Miller and Moulton in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for listening. Had a terrific show today. If by chance you missed David Samson or Cole Bryson live from ACC Media Days, was Cole. The voice of the Canes, Joe Zagacki, or we just went to Atlanta for Mark Zinno. 4 really good interviews, if we do say so ourselves, today. Excellent show today. If you missed any of it, go to millerandmoulton.com, download it. We think you'll like what you hear.
David, we've received a couple of texts. We've received a couple of comments in the Twitch chat room. And they're asking, did I miss the big announcement? Because you said we had a big surprise today in our promo that we did for the show.
A celebration.
Yes. Celebration.
That's surprise, a celebration.
And I was completely, I had no clue. Took me by complete surprise that there was going to be a celebration. And then a couple of texts and reminded me, and David said, no, the celebration will be tomorrow.
Yes.
So I credit you for the 2-day tease.
Right. And normally we're not good at teasing at all, but it turns out that this will be a 2-day tease.
And I say that not to give you a hard time because, David, someone sent me a direct message on X during the show today, and they're the ones that are helping out revamp our website right now as we're trying to make a run at this on our own.
Right. Trying to stay afloat.
And they sent a text. You got a poll question today? No, that's on us.
No, great show, no poll question. Which, got to admit, I think if Miller and Moulton, we would do no poll question, I think, if it was up to us. We're not good at it. We don't do it consistently. And it's not our thing. We're not, like the Lebitard show, what's his face? Bianchi in Orlando.
Bianchi's great at it. He really is.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. They can do 11 a day, and they seem to all be good ones. He's good at it. Us, no. I don't know. So, yes, no poll question today and nothing to celebrate. But tomorrow there will be, I promise. I absolutely, positively promise. And I'll make sure to mention it every hour tomorrow.
Celebration. I am so confused. And I'm a little sleep deprived today. I'm pulling the Moulton for a Tuesday show. I went to a concert last night, got in at about 1:30 and turn and burn at 4:30 to get up for the show. So I'm running on fumes right now, fumes and coffee.
Right.
But I was hoping for a celebration, and there'll be a celebration tomorrow when I'll be more well-rested.
Well, and tomorrow we'll have Gary Danielson, we'll have Pat Kerwin, we'll have Seth Everett. I mean, it'll be a fun, lively show tomorrow and something to celebrate.
Looky there. 21,000 is the text line. Anything you want to chime in on the show about, you can always text the show. You can join us at twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. If you actually want to watch the show, you can find it on YouTube as well. Just search Miller and Moulton on YouTube, and you can find it there as well.
So here's what we have so far in the sports world today. So Agba is back with the Dolphins. They cut him to save $13.7 million under the cap in February. He's 30, turns 31 in November. They went out and signed Shaq Barrett. Shaq Barrett decided over the weekend, I don't want to play anymore. I'm done after 9 years. And Agba said, well, I'll keep playing. I played the last 4 years with you. Kind of like it here. I still live here. I'll play. And so, I mean, he ends up taking a huge pay cut because they got him on a contract that will pay him at most $5 million. But he's back in the fold. So that's news with the Dolphins. Washington Post breaking a story this morning that the NFL and the NFLPA are negotiating an 18-game schedule. And that the NFLPA is willing to have the 18-game schedule start before the current CBA ends. Okay. Because remember, as soon as we start playing 18 games, what happens? More money for the players. Also, revamped TV deal. Now, I'll be very curious. Let's sidebar here. They going to totally tear up the existing deals? I mean, there's like 9 years left on their TV deal. Or are they just going to call up each network and say, hey, you need to add prorated. You need to add an extra week's money to all your deals, which is what, if I'm a network, I would hope. Because let's face it, the price of the NFL would go up every day. I mean, seriously, if the NFL could get out of a TV deal, if I'm the NFL, I'd want to tear up the deals and start over.
Of course you do. I mean, what just happened? What did we talk about in the starting five right off the bat? What happened in the sports world in the last 24 hours? Turner decided to match Amazon's NBA deal. You don't think that they'd be chomping at the bit if new NFL deals were out there?
For the record, Turner's last deal to be the number 2 carrier, guaranteed of a conference final every year. They had 2 games a week minimum, the whole deal. $1.4 billion a year is what they paid for the last TV deal. They just matched the number 3 TV package from Amazon, streaming only. That was $1.8 billion a year. And you got to pay 3 years worth up front. Got to pay $5.4 billion in cash. Here you go. Signing bonus. Thank you very much for choosing us. Right. So if you're the NFL, there's a part of you, I mean, let's face it, they're greedy as blank. So there's a part of them that's got to be like, well, new CBA, we get to tear it up. I think the networks are hoping for it. Can we just prorate an extra week and just throw a little bit more money into the existing pile, please? Please?
That's what the networks would like.
Right. But if you're the NFL, I'm curious if this allows you, we'll find out now in the 11-year contract that was negotiated, whether or not it gets torn up if there's an 18th game or whether there's already that worked out where the networks just throw an extra game's worth of revenue on top of their existing pile.
And David, it may be not just another game, but 2 more games. Because if they go to the double bye, the season will extend by 2 weeks.
Oh, that could be a 20-week season instead of an 18-week season.
Correct.
Hey, that means I'll make more money.
You need it.
Come on now.
At this rate, you're down. You could be down a job unless things turn very quickly.
That is true.
I mean, we're running the ads here. We're not lying. I mean, we're not making this up.
No, we're not. We got about a month.
I mean, we would 4 weeks. Sponsor to 21,000. We're serious when we say that.
Got the best ratings we've ever had in the morning too. I could argue the show's never been better, but apparently nobody cares, and nobody wants to make money for their own business. I mean, we only have the listeners, and they listen the longest. But I guess that doesn't. I guess they want to spend their money and waste it elsewhere. It just,
wow.
We prefer
goes sarcasm on the sales pitch. That's
well. I mean, we've done the honesty. We've got a couple more ads coming out that are really upbeat. I mean, we're going to go upbeat. We're going to go positive here real soon. Okay, I'm allowed to snarky.
I like positive. Positive's a better approach.
It probably is. You know what? It probably is. But I don't know what to tell you. I just
could have been a poll question. What approach would you like from Miller or Moulton? Positive or snarky? Somehow I think snarky would win.
Well, it's got my vote. You know that. We're divided over this one. So yes, Gary Danielson, Seth Everett, and Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow, and a celebration. I promise. No BS.
Looking forward to the celebration. I had a little one last night. I'm hoping tomorrow's is even better.
Barstool Sleeper in our Twitch chat room. Positive is good, but your bread and butter is snark. But see, Mark would argue our bread and butter is not working. So, but thank you, Barstool Sleeper. You and I, we're connected. We're soulmates. Thanks. So Agba back with the Dolphins, NFL and NFLPA negotiating an 18th game. And there you go. That's pretty good before 9:30 on a Tuesday. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. It's all coming up.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I feel like I'm back in grade school with the school lunches, the little half pints of milk. You gonna be able to make it?
Me?
Yeah.
We're done. It's over. We made it. Could have just done that. Which Florida team has the most pressure on it this year, the Dolphins or the Gators?
That could be tomorrow's question.
Could be.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes. 22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You know, Mark, you and I have screwed up plenty of times. And we find ourselves in a bit of a pickle right now, even though it's not of our doing. So you're the Jets, and you trade for Hassan Reddick from the Eagles in the offseason. You had to have discussed with Reddick and his agent his contract situation, right?
One would think.
He's in the final year of his deal, scheduled to make $14.5 million. He wants an extension. Okay. You don't trade for him if he's going to hold out, right?
No, you would
you?
think that when you make that trade, the extension's already been discussed and it's turnkey at that point, and you get your player, you get him locked in for the extension, and you're ready to go, right?
Yeah, or you know what you're getting into when you trade for him. That, hey, he's going to hold out if you don't give him a new contract. So Reddick's side is claiming that they told the Jets, hey, you can trade for us, but we want a new contract. The Jets apparently didn't think he was serious about holding out. So when he didn't show up for all the offseason stuff, whatever. I mean, hell, Rodgers went to Egypt for minicamp, so whatever. Yeah, he didn't show up for training camp. Now, they can find him $50,000 a day, and they're going to. But they kind of need him. And he ain't showing up he ain't playing. Remember, this is Joe Douglas, who for some reason keeps getting a pass. I don't understand it. How many top 10 draft picks does he have to get wrong? Now he has seemingly screwed up the Hassan Reddick trade. I don't get it. Don't get it at all. How this guy is still a general manager in New York. But so anyway, there's some drama with the Jets, Mark. Can you believe that? Drama with the Jets?
Well, it's all okay because the Gannett papers picked the Jets to win the Super Bowl. In case you missed it,
they did.
They're going to play the Packers, and you can look at this newspaper group and say, yeah, that's just what they came up with, Packers and Jets in the Super Bowl. Or you can say it's clickbait. You choose.
You sound skeptical.
I'm very skeptical.
Okay.
Of all the choices you come up with, they're giving me Jets and Packers.
Just saying.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
The Cincinnati Reds were formed today in 1866. 100 years later, Sinatra's Strangers in the Night would be number one in the land. Today in 89, Calcavecchia wins his British at Royal Troon.
His only major in a playoff with Norman. I forget the third guy in the playoff.
And I had it earlier, David, and it's not up, so that's on me. John Daly wins his second British today in 95. In 2000, Tiger wins by 8. He would become the youngest to win all 4 majors.
That was at St. Andrews. That was after he had won the U.S. Open by 15.
In 06, Tiger would win at Royal Liverpool, 2 in a row in his third British overall.
And hasn't won since. Now, imagine, by the way, if somebody had come out on TV and said that sucker. Hey, just so you know, Tiger's won his last Open Championship. Tiger was 30. Yeah, he was born in 75, the end of the year. Tiger was 30 when he won his third British. And if somebody had come on the air and said, you know, I think this is the last time he's going to win.
Someone would have said, what, are they not playing St. Andrews anymore?
I was going to say, you know, he just won the last 2 Open Championships. Yeah, I got a feeling he's not going to win anymore. Huh. Really?
And today it was announced in 2021 that they would become the Guardians. Cleveland's baseball team would be renamed the Guardians today, 3 years ago. Pee Wee Reese, Calvert DeForest. You probably wouldn't know that name by that. You will, David.
Yeah.
But many, who the hell's that? That's Larry Bud Melman.
Yep.
From the Letterman Show. Don Drysdale, Don Imus, and Philip Seymour Hoffman. All 5 would have celebrated a birthday today. Woody Harrelson, 63. Slash is 59. Singer Alison Krauss is 53. Monica Lewinsky and Nomar Garcia-Pera are both 51 years old today. What did I miss, David?
You know what? You actually missed a few things that noteworthy, I believe. First off, you remember Vanessa Williams when she was Miss America?
Yeah.
I mean, and she had to resign over the nude photos. That's, came out. I guess she had posed for, I don't know, Penthouse or somebody. Or that's where the pictures ended up appearing. Anyway, she had to resign.
In fact, that is where they appeared.
Yeah. So she had to resign because of it today. 40 years ago today. Do you think 40 years later they'd make Miss America resign over nude photos?
Interesting. Probably.
Oh, okay.
The pageants still try to hold these things in high regard.
Gotcha. Did you have Guns GNR today?
I did not. It's Slash's birthday.
Sweet Child of Mine today in 88. Was when, they debuted that song.
I would see them. I would have just seen them, I think, because that song had not yet broke when I saw them in, I think, June of 88.
And this is for your wife, who's asking the question of everyone, all of our listeners, do you have the fever? and she means Olympic fever.
That's right.
We dare all of you to go home, look at your mate, and just with a straight face say, "Do you have the fever?" And wait to see what it is. Right, what it is they think you're talking about. Kerry Strug nailed the vault today on that broken leg or ankle. And the U.S. women's gymnastics team took home the gold in Atlanta. Here's the funny thing. They had miscalculated that floor extra, what was it, the vault? She didn't have to do it. They thought that they needed it. It turned out later. It's kind of like a day that Pete Rose set the all-time hit record. And then like 10 years later, they recalculated Ty Cobb's hit total and realized that they gave him 2 extra hits in a doubleheader one time than he had. They counted things twice. So actually, Ty Cobb, if you look it up now on the record books, he is 41.89, not 41.91. And Pete Rose with the hit over Eric Schau got to 41.92. Turns out Rose actually broke Cobb's record the day before at Wrigley Field when he had 4 hits. But they did the math wrong. Same with Kerry Strug. She didn't have to do that. But, we wouldn't have had that iconic moment. That was 28 years ago today.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Fort Myers for the good, where Victor Coletta, former commercial airline pilot, was out in his ultralight aircraft, and he crashed into the Caloosahatchee River. Obviously, this could have been very bad, but an officer from the Fort Myers Police Department spotted the pilot sitting on the aircraft floating in the water near the I-75 bridge. The officer rescued the pilot and towed the aircraft back to shore. So great job by the Fort Myers Police Department. Way to go. For the bad, we go to Jack in the Box, where a dispute over a missing chicken strip resulted in a St. Louis woman striking a Jack in the Box employee with her vehicle.
Please tell me the person didn't die. I'd hate to be laughing at but we're really arguing over a chicken strip.
David, she went into the store on July 16th to complain about an order that she made on July the 13th. That's where Talani Carter got another chicken strip.
Right.
Told the manager she was missing a chicken strip. Manager gives her a chicken strip.
Okay.
But Carter became irritated with the lack of ranch provided by the restaurant and spit in the store manager's face.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Then left the Jack in the Box and went to her vehicle. The store manager used a different exit to try to capture the license plate number. That's when Carter noticed and ran up to the store manager and proceeded to physically run into their shoulder. Said to the manager, "You're trying to get charges put on me." Then she went back to her vehicle, put the car in reverse, and backed into the store manager, leaving the manager's left foot and ankle swollen and bruised as a result. She left the scene and was arrested the next day. And that's just the bad. For the ugly, we go to Las Vegas.
Uh-oh.
Where a wealthy man decided to get a little.
Okay.
And did so with a high-priced escort that he paid $1,000 for. But the dumbass fell asleep and woke up to find his $85,000 Rolex, his $30,000 gold necklace, and $3,000 in cash all gone.
Yeah, he
Never
got some,
fall
all right.
asleep on the hooker.
No.
Pay them to leave.
Right.
That's the
There you
whole
go.
point.
Right.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, July the 23rd, 2024.
Listen, all we got's baseball. I mean, the MLS All-Star game isn't until tomorrow night even. WNBA's off. Obviously nothing else going on. Olympics don't start till Friday. So I don't know if it's televised anywhere. U.S. women's Olympic basketball teams having their last final exhibition game today, I think it is. But baseball, everybody's in action. Marlins are home for the Orioles. Rays are in Toronto. You and I both think the Rays are sellers, but they're 500. You know,
minus 66 in run differential.
I know.
That's what they are. They're a 500 team, and they're not even a good 500 team.
No, they're not. They're totally because they have a great record in one-run games. So that's why, you and I are right. We would sell, Mortimer, sell. They're also 5.5 back of the Royals for the final playoff spot, 5 in the loss column. You know, and if you do the math the rest of the way, if the Royals play 500 baseball the rest of the way, and the Rays have to go a minimum of 36 and 26, they may have to go 37 and 25 just to catch the Royals if they play 500 baseball the rest of the way.
They haven't played a 40-game, 50-game stretch where they've played 10 games over 500 all year. It's hard to expect them to do it now, even though they'll get a little bit of pitching back. I just don't see it, David. I don't see it at all.
I don't either. But anyway, Mets and Yankees, and they'll be nationally televised the next 2 nights. Tonight on TBS, tomorrow night on ESPN. No sense complaining about it, that they'll draw 1 million more viewers than if they'd put anybody else on. That's just the facts. The games will do over 2 million. They put anybody else on, they do about 1.2. So tonight and tomorrow, Mets, Yankees, blah, 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 these games in the Bronx. Otherwise the series continue. Skeens and the Pirates are minus 185 tonight at home against Lance Lynn and the Cardinals. Pittsburgh a game back of St. Louis and a half a game out of a playoff spot. Okay, they did 970? Yeah, 970 at the ballpark last night. What's our over-under tonight for the Pirates at home with Skeens? Pittsburgh winners of 4 in a row and 9 of 11.
You put it at 27,000 earlier in the show.
Yes.
I'll go over.
I hope so. It better be over. It better be over.
Or it's over in Pittsburgh, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, if there's a bet to make tonight, like you can bet whether or not there are going to be runs scored in the first inning. I would love to know what the bet is on strikeouts for Skeens in the first inning tonight. Like, I think he gets 2 of the 3 guys. If the over-under is 1.5 on strikeouts, I'd go over. Skeens hasn't pitched in a week. He pitched 1 inning at the All-Star game. He's pitched 1 inning in the last, 12 days. He is going to be dealing heat early in this game.
Skeens minus 185 for the Pirates in their game today. Miss any of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com to download it. Pat Kerwin, Gary Danielson, Seth Everett on the show tomorrow. Have a great day, and thanks for listening.
Hey there, Miller and Moulton with a big announcement.
Our show is enjoying the best ratings we've ever had in the morning, yet we are in real danger of going out of business.
You see, the financial backing to our show has disappeared on short notice. So in order to survive, we need advertising support.
If you own a business that wants to reach men 25-54 or 35-64, we are the second best show in the market. And if you want to reach the show that people listen to the longest, then Miller and Moulton is the answer.
We have made a lot of businesses, a lot of money since 2006, but now we need you to advertise directly with us. If you advertise directly with Miller and Moulton, the money goes to Miller and Moulton.
So please, if you are a business looking to reach men, contact us directly. Text sponsor to 21,000. That's sponsor to 21,000.
This is not a joke. Through no fault of our own, the show is in need of sponsors.
Miller and Moulton. Text sponsor to 21,000 or go to that Mark Miller or the David Moulton on X.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
And we are still live.